Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is. Oh, I'm punching the lantern. My name
Neutron
is Neutron
Mars!
Mars.
Woo!
Okay. If you are a fan of the Chunk or a fan of the podcast, this man has been
CHUNKCAST.
talked. Yeah, the Chunkcast. This man has been talked about several times over. He is the owner of the server. He is the main Twitch streamer on the server. He is the originator of the Chunk. There's not much else to say. He's a musician part-time. He streams. He does YouTube. He does everything. You know, this man really does everything. It is Mr. Jared Hathaway. Hello.
Hi everyone! I don't know why I'm yelling. Maybe it just sounds cooler if I yell, "Hi everyone! Hello! Hello!"
Yeah. So
But hello, I'm the owner of the server. My name's Jared. You could call me Jared, or you could call me Coach Hathaway. People call me Coach Hathaway at times. J Rad. Some people say Joru. This is all stuff that we'll probably talk about, and I know that we'll talk about in this podcast. So you might learn a little bit more about the origin of my name. But yeah, I'm super excited to be here, Mars.
Yeah, the goal for the podcast was always to be to have Jared on, to have other old Chunk members on, who we will talk about later. So you were talking about the origin of your name.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the origin of the SMP, because we are 4 seasons in. This is season 4, and I think you can agree a lot has changed since Chunk SMP season 1. So let's go back those 4-5 years ago. How did this all start? Because it was 2020, right? About 2020?
Yep. Yeah, it was 2020. I remember it was November of 2020, and I had just started door dashing at this time. It was like perfect timing. Like we were all going through COVID. Up where I live, we had like COVID restrictions kind of lifted, and then like there was a huge surge, right? So if you see a COVID-19 like little wiki underneath the YouTube video, it's because of this conversation. But around that time, I was door dashing, and I really wanted to get Call of Duty Cold War. It's like the sole reason I started door dashing. And I was door dashing. I earned money, and at this time, I think around Thanksgiving-ish, I think it was like just before, I had put out like a Reddit thread on like a bunch of different like Reddit, yeah, just threads or Reddit pages, right? r/Minecraft, r/Minecraft server, r/ like just SMP, you know, whatever it may be. And I just put out like word like, hey, this is what my vision is. And that vision was the Chunk SMP at the time. And I wanted it to be like a creator-led server where we just have like a bunch of fun. We, you know, let's just play Minecraft together. And that was back all the way in 2020, late 2020, that is. So I guess the 5-year-ish anniversary is coming up. The exact date, so I typically do a 24-hour live stream every December for charity. And the past few years have kind of been a little rocky, but we did one 2 years ago. And during that year, we ended up doing one. And there was I don't think I had announced it formally, where I was like, during this Minecraft segment, we're going to be playing like Hypixel or something. I just said, hey, there's a Minecraft segment that's happening at like 2:00. And I remember I normally start the live stream at 10 because it's just like, it just works perfect where I can wake up at a good time, right?
Yeah.
And then go through all the 24 hours and then not feel like, oh, I started at 2 p.m. I'm so tired. So I usually start at 10. So and most people, I started on Friday. So most people are in school. It's like their last day before their winter break, typically. It kind of depends on when Christmas lies. But I was like, Minecraft slot like 2 p.m. And I was like, I have a surprise, whatnot. And December 18th of 2020 was officially the first day of the server. And so, yeah, it went from a Reddit thread, handful of people applied, and it is interesting because I had a vision. I just didn't know how to make that vision possible.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? like I had the Reddit thread and I was like, I just need to get people. I just need people to be here. And this is kind of crazy because back in 2019, a year prior, when I wasn't doing DoorDash, when I wasn't fiending for Call of Duty Cold War, when I wasn't just trying to get $60 from delivering food to people, I had an S&P coming out of high school, and I poured probably like 2 to 3 months into that. And it had like a full-on shop, and it had very similar characteristics as to what you have in season 4, which
Oh,
is kind of crazy
yeah,
that
that's a
it was just a
question.
five-year
That's a
delay.
question that's gonna come up in a little bit. Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess from a history standpoint, it went from 2020, then it went to we I think we just kind of ran out of juice. I don't think it was hard because we didn't have like a set plan of like what we wanted. And even as an individual myself, the owner in 2020 didn't I was just like we just want people to play. We went through a bunch of lore talk and we thought we I will say we did really good at like creating our own lore. And many other people are way more talented than I
So,
am that were on the server at that time.
Jared, I have a question about that. Sorry
Yeah,
to interrupt. So about the
no,
lore
you're good.
stuff. So 2020 again around COVID time is probably the height of lore SMPs like the Dream
Certainly.
SMP. Did that have any impact in you wanting to do lore on the server from like a content standpoint?
Uh, it is interesting because I think the timelines add up pretty well. Of just like a lot of people are inside. They're maybe not at work. They need need or want whatever it may be. There is a market for it in a way. I don't think our intention was to like copy any of it. I mean, the Dream SMP had probably one of the biggest Minecraft lore elements to it, but there wasn't like we need to copy that type of ideology where it's like, man, this is popping. We should go like chase the coattails of something that's already working somewhere else. I mean, mind you, none of us were as like big as
Yeah.
anyone on that server and playing. And obviously, they have a bunch of people that are very talented to come up with ideas too. And for the most part, there was a thought process of we just want to make it unique. We just want to make ours like not feel like we're copying it. And I thought we did a pretty good job at that. Because with some of the events that we had, like I remember building up the one of the biggest canon events. And this is kind of glossing
Oh
over like
yeah.
a bunch of different, little nuancy storylines. But there was an event. We were talking and we were doing a whole bunch of things and we talked and one of the members was building this giant castle. He had like a basically a butler in a way, and that butler wanted to kind of like or no, excuse me, yeah. One of the members had a castle and it was like obsidian. Like obsidian's like hard to get. And it was just like obsidian walls. And what they did was they had a butler, and the butler wanted to overthrow the kingdom, right? Because that's what happens. And they placed a whole bunch of TNT. And then we were going to have like a mining event in the kingdom. And we had a whole area, off to the side in the corner. So we're all kind of generally safe. And then, a few chats come through and then it's just boom, 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 boom. The
Yeah.
entire kingdom just gets blown up. And we knew that we were doing that. We knew that that was happening. So it wasn't like a big
Yeah.
shock.
Lusitania.
But yes, Lusitania, um, rest in peace.
Yeah,
It's
I was
it may
always
be gone,
confused
but
by
it's not
that, to be
forgotten.
honest. Like I didn't obviously as someone who really only watched your side of it, which I think was one thing that kind of hurt the SMP at the time was that you were the one with the main like big viewer base. But not
Certainly,
saying that
certainly.
none of the other people were creative or good because I like we've talked about this. I watched a lot of the other ones like a little bit
Yes,
after the fact, and
yes,
I love them, right? But
yeah.
I again I didn't know this context, add context to this. All I remember is this was around the time where you had a rivalry with someone on the SMP
Yes, yes. There
and the
was
whole
there
cat
was
thing.
yeah, there was a little bit of there was a grift in a way. We kind of knew what that would have been like, and so it is hard to like in a way fake a hatred towards someone. You know, like I can't just be like, no, we can't talk about him or you know, things like that. That's those types of conversations that we have. Like we're just like chill. It's kind of like WWE. I know that you're a big fan of the WWE. It's like you look at two people and it's like, man, they look like they hate each other in this ring. Like they're willing to like
Kill
harm.
each other,
Yeah, pretty much in a way with, you know, without actually killing them. But then behind the scenes, they're just like chopping it up and they're probably, you know, eating food together and they're coming up with brand new ideas together so that they, you know, somewhat are on the same page and they have a general goal together. And that was kind of what the Chunk SMP was like at the time, where we had a not a clear vision, but we had something that we wanted to do. And I'm sure if we continued sticking it out, we probably would have had like some really good lore. The one hard part was I think especially with smaller streamers in general, it is kind of hard to find a lot of consistency because one, like financially you don't really get a whole lot in like month by month to like support, you know, whether you're paying for an apartment, you live in a house, you have kids, right? Those things are kind of hard. Streaming is kind of a like a side hobby for the most part. So like financially it's kind of rough, so you probably might be working a job. You might be going to college. Um and so like just finding that consistency balance was kind of hard because then other priorities take place, you know, um, in just life. And I've seen that a lot throughout, you know, just people watching my streams or people that I've worked with, where the level of consistency, it it is kind of hard to match that in a way, just because other things do take priority. And it's not a knock on anyone that prioritizes like, hey, like I do have to go to school or I have a job that like I'm getting paid to go do. Um, and yeah, probably after like an 8 hour shift, 4 or 5, you know, whatever, part time, full time, you're probably pretty tired, right?
Yeah.
So imagine putting another 3 to 4 hours on top of that just streaming. Yeah, and it's obviously harder if you have a kid. In other things become more of a priority than streaming does. Streaming is still fun, but it is hard to, in a way, rely on that. Just because, yeah, if you just worked an 8 hour shift, I'm sure you don't want to do anything other than like rest and watch TV, watch some anime. And I think, in essence, and I'm going to just kind of skip ahead here to the next season, was I think some of us were kind of done with that first world. We were just like, hey, we got everything that we wanted. So we ended up starting the second world. And we had a concept when it was just creator, which I guess is kind of a hinting and foreshadowing at what the second season was. But when it was just creator for the second season, basically you had to bring an item into this little island and you had to put it into a hopper. It went down a bunch of hoppers pretty much. And it went to a like a dispenser in a like I don't forget the system, but essentially this is what happened.
Oh, no.
A command would be ran, and that command would increase the world border by X amount. So, you know, I think it was like 1,000 by 1,000, something small. And if you wanted to, you know, increase the world border, you had to bring a certain item to the sacrifice shrine in a way. So some days it was melons.
The first one. I think if I remember correctly, I think the first one was sunflower.
Yes. The first one was a dandelion, or yeah. Yes. No, it probably was a sunflower because yeah. Because dandelions are the tiny ones with it. Yeah, it was just a circle coin one. And we originally had that. We had melons. We had a bunch of other things in there. But I thought it was a really cool concept just because it's like, well, if you want to, you have to kind of pay or you have to go find these items. And so sometimes with melons, you know, you could get a lot of melons pretty quickly. You know, you would increase it by so much. You have 9 stacks of 64. It's a lot of blocks. It's 500 blocks. So if you just continue to do that, you can increase it by quite a lot. But yeah, the one hard part was I think with some of the we didn't really have a clear vision again in season 2. We didn't learn from our mistakes. And I didn't learn from my mistakes where Yeah, there wasn't like a place for creators to really just create content. It was much more of a place to play Minecraft with other people, with other content creators. And in some essences that works. You know, we look at Hermitcraft, we're like, yeah, some people do build relationships and some people do have careers together, but they also kind of work on their own. They also come together for events. Whereas like other servers, like we mentioned the Dream SMP, whereas a lot of things are very entangled, where a lot of people are playing together, they're working together. I think about things like Cobblemon that just happened. Like there's some people that just really like grinding. There's some people that really like role playing, and even us in on this season, we
Yeah,
found
yeah, yeah.
a good balance with that, where it's like we can have fun while also like grinding. Like I love grinding, and so I kind of have to soften up my butter to essentially get into these bits and have fun because, like you mentioned, throughout season one, I did have probably the highest viewership, and so it has the most eyes. The same thing is here as well, which most of my viewers are people on the SMP.
Yeah.
So like there are some people that are not on the SMP that obviously watch the stream, but it is kind of fun to see like these bits happen. Like we had the flyby radio. We had if you guys have tuned into any of the streams or even Mars streams or his side of things, there was have you
Mars
uploaded
bot?
this video yet?
I
Yes, the Mars
haven't.
bot.
No,
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
okay. So one problem I have with the videos is that I'll just like sit on them for
Certainly.
a minute. I'll
Yeah.
just sit on
Yeah.
them.
I'm very similar in that case. It's just like I know it's super easy to edit, you know,
Yeah.
but
And I don't even put a lot of
sometimes
effort into the ending. A lot of it's just cutting for me.
sure. Yeah, and that's it. You got to find what makes your bread and butter, you know? And yeah, that was kind of what happened in season 2. We ended up I was like, man, I need to pivot in a way. I need to pivot as the owner, and eventually was like, okay, I'm making an application just very similar to what I did with a lot of the creators. And I was like, this is just gonna be for viewers. Let's add viewers on, you know? And at the time, we didn't really have like any claims. So there was a lot of things like where people
Yeah.
built too close. And mind you, like, I think as a creator, there's a little bit more on the line. So, like, if I go steal from somebody without telling them, that's kind of on
Yeah.
them and as a creator. So you kind of build this distrust. Whereas, like, as a viewer, not that the mindset's different, like actions can still be the same, but there's not the guard of like, oh, if I do this, like it hurts my creator
Yeah.
reputation, right? Whereas like if I wasn't like streaming and I went over to like your base and I just stole all your diamonds without telling you, without, any forewarning, you'd be pretty upset, right? You'd just be like, well, why
I just got
why did that
sets of
happen?
diamonds today, actually.
Right. That's well, if you're missing any,
Yeah.
you know exactly who to call.
It's even worse because I don't have claims on any of my stuff.
That's so funny.
No, I did have a question about the about like the pivot. And I did
Yeah.
have some more things I wanted to say about season
Certainly.
1, but we can circle back to that. For season
Certainly.
2, when obviously as the owner, you're the person who's going to make these decisions, but
Yeah.
you have as it started as a creator SMP, you kind of wanted to get everyone else's like opinion, like at least knowledge known, so like whether or not it will like sway your opinion, you at least know how
Mm.
everyone else feels. So how did that conversation happen where like you talked with the people who were still playing at the time and you were like, hey, I want to kind of pivot to adding viewers, and like if you did, how did that go? How did people react to that idea?
This is going to sound kind of harsh in terms of the answer, but I didn't ask anyone. And and I'm sure this will be a lot of relief here in a second. I didn't ask anyone for a specific reason because there was nobody other than like one person playing.
Oh, that was when everyone had already left. Okay.
Pretty much. Like nobody was like actively playing. Sure, like Husky, the one person,
Yeah, he's
was
on
the
right
one
now,
person that
actually.
was like, yeah, he was the one person constantly playing. He's still on the season, still on the server now. And I mean, Husky's been a day one. He was one of the first people to fill out an application. And in terms of that, I didn't ask anyone because there was really nobody to ask.
Yeah.
And just knowing Husky over the years, someone that I've grown really close to in terms of creation and just on the server as well. There is, you kind of get the sense of the thought process from where something like, if your best friend, you probably know what their answer is to a multitude of questions if you were to ask them, or if somebody were to ask you about them, you could probably answer for them. Husky was kind of on that level from a Minecrafter and just from like a content creator, where he's always wanted what's best for the server. And I'm kind of speaking for him here, but I feel like I know Husky. I just mentioned that, like, I feel like I know Husky, and I'm even second guessing myself, but I feel like he always wanted what was best for the server, whether that was from a lore standpoint, whether that was from just like his creations. And in season 2, like, I'd see a few people on, and you'd see the numbers dwindle, of course, and other people, whatever their priority is at that time, maybe they just lost interest in the SMP, which is very valid and very fair. They have every right to feel like this isn't the place where I just want to play. Like, some other servers have way more things to offer. Like, I love, like, as much as I love factions, I don't also like factions because there's other people that take it way more passionately than me.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard to like always constantly defend myself. And there's other ways, you know, like I like parkour. Like, parkour's pretty easy. It's just more individualized. But then there's a side when we were making that, you know, that quote unquote conversation, there really wasn't any hesitation to me. I just didn't know how it would look, because I knew that there was a lot of people that came to the streams that were interested, but I didn't know how it would look with viewers on the server.
So I saw a dolphin behind you just jump out of the water. It just jumped up like while you were talking.
Majestic.
Okay,
just majestic as can be.
I'm just imagining
funny.
just like a rainbow over your head, you know, dolphins riding. As
They
you're
should add
talking,
leprechauns to this game.
I mean, you're the one who adds stuff to this game.
That's true.
So, okay.
That's true.
No, I get what you're saying about not asking anyone. I didn't realize that whole timeline, because, like, you talked about people like having other priorities. And during season 2 was around the time where I prioritized different stuff and I left.
Right.
And quick getting into that. You guys can probably tell, viewers, from the podcast, I am sort of this Chunks historian. I sort of have just a bunch of like random knowledge. When somebody new comes by, I'm just like, okay, here's the entire history of the Chunk SMP. No,
the entire history of the Chunk SMP, I guess.
Yeah, no. Oh yeah, that's gonna be the next video. No, because like again, for like a small amount of time, it was just something that I was so engrossed in for whatever reason.
Certainly.
For whatever reason. And you know, I kind of got sort of just like used to Jared in a way of like, oh yeah, this guy's great. Let's keep coming back. But then yeah, again, priorities are different. And so I eventually yeah, we talked about this.
Yeah, and like I even mentioned, and like you mentioned here, like I see it a lot with viewers too, where they grow up through high school and yeah, they probably get a car, they might get a job, they're doing sports. Like, there is so much other stuff going on that, sure, like maybe a stream is a little bit of escapism from that overgrossing and overworked reality of life, homework and whatnot too. That you just see it a lot as a streamer because of those outside external factors beyond the stream. That, mind you, they're not really external factors, but they're just things that happen beyond the stream. Like, watching a stream probably is not the biggest priority. I'm sure if like somebody's having like a big event, or there is some things that they're really tapped into, then yeah, like I used to watch a bunch of CS:GO. Like, I just loved playing CS:GO. I loved watching all of the world championships and whatnot. Like, I have a Fnatic keyboard because of the Fnatic CS:GO team. Like, that's like just one example of, yeah, like this was an interest of mine. Like, I used to play Rocket League a bunch, like in 2017, 2018. And I would farm like crates because I would farm crates so I can sell or try and get like stuff for crate openings and whatnot for videos. Or I remember this is funny. I remember I did a giveaway. I might get myself I might be self-reporting to the FTC.
Oh no.
But or the SEC. I did a giveaway for 500 subscribers, and it was like I think it was either a car skin or like a goal celebration. And I don't know if I gave it away.
That's so funny.
I just don't remember. Or if I tried reaching out to the winner and they just never replied.
That is.
I really, really do not remember. But this would have been about 2017, 2018. And so looking back at it, you know, you have different interests. Like I just had different interests at the time. And there was a time you ask yourself, like, well, why did you ever stop? And sometimes you just don't have that answer. You know, maybe it is just friendships that take over, and maybe it is just like a big workload from school. And out of season 2 and whatnot, I'll kind of leave season 2 there because I mean, it was a good season. I mean, we had that world forever. There was actually, I don't know if you know this history.
Oh.
This is like untapped chunk lore.
We're getting an exclusive here, guys.
Yeah. So back in the day, I mentioned, you know, all the different interests that I have: CS:GO, Rocket League, PUBG. I still had a Let's Play, and I had this interest of mine. And the reason why I had the Chunk SMP in the first place was because, or created it back in 2020, was because I believe back in like 2016, 2017, I had the exact same idea, just not a creator base. It was me and my friend, and we had a server together called the Chunk. There was no SMP to it because it wasn't really like a multiplayer. I mean, it was me and my friend, but there's videos. I think I only made it to episode 3.
I remember those videos. I had
this wheat farm, and it was just called the Chunk. And I forget, like, it was like a beastie font. It was like Feed the Beast font. And yeah, it was just like right in the little corner. Yeah, I do remember this. I don't remember what was on the left side, but maybe it was just the entire screen. But there's videos out there on my main channel, JaredHathaway, and it was called the Chunk. And that idea never died, essentially. And I loved that name because of Minecraft, chunks in Minecraft. Like, I just loved it. It was just a different inception of it. You know, you may have killed the person, but you may have not killed the idea. And though I'm still here and alive, the idea is also still here and alive.
You are not dead yet. Okay.
Yes.
To be clear. R.I.P. that villager.
Yeah. Oh, did a villager die? I'm in F1. Oh, rest in peace. Yeah. Oh, that's okay. That's like, okay. I'm making sure it's not my village.
Yeah. All your villagers dead.
Yeah. Just all of them. That'd be bad.
Yeah. Actually, getting into, because you talked, I talked a little bit about me being a chunk historian. It's because I started out from the beginning. Like, I watched season 1 a little bit.
Yeah.
It was around the time after, like, I think it was like right before your cat died in Minecraft. In Minecraft, guys.
Yeah.
In Minecraft.
Yeah.
And so
rest in peace, Acro.
Yeah, Acro. Who's still alive in real life, right?
Yes, he's still alive. Still
good.
Kicking it.
Okay. So I guess from a viewer's perspective, or at least from Neutron Mars at the time, five or six names ago, their
Neo-Nelius.
Nero the Zero, maybe.
I do remember that name as well.
There's so many names that I can't even count. So I was okay. Some people watch content for different reasons. You know, you talked a little bit about your interests. I was always more of a personality first kind of viewer. Like, I didn't care about the gameplay as much, which is why I found you from Marbles on stream. Yeah, so about 4 years ago, I don't know, I guess 5 years. I guess it has to be 5 years.
Yeah, probably would have. Yeah, or like early 2021.
Yeah,
roughly around there.
So
seems about right.
4 or 5 years ago, I was on a Marbles on stream for some reason from Jared Hathaway.
Yeah.
Sorry, not Jared Hathaway, the real Joru.
Yes, sir.
So this weird guy named Joru, he disappeared. And so literally, I just kind of joined and just hung out because he had a smaller fan base at the time. You know, it was a lot more tight knit, and I quickly made friends because we were just all people doing whatever. I can remember names off the top of my head. You know, we talked about Tomb last episode, who I mentioned mentioned quietly when he said best friend when he was talking about Husky.
Yes.
And so I met my best friend Tomb. I'm just gonna name a bunch of names. So Vivica, whatever the numbers were.
Yep.
At the time, Isalissa, whose name changed, and I can't remember what it is now. I met Manny all the way back then.
Yep.
Funnily enough. Oh geez, there was one more that I'm escaping me at the. I guess it must have been Tomb then that escaped me. So I just met these group of people. Vivica was the first to leave. I don't know where Vivica is. Actually no. Tomb stopped watching for like a hot minute, then came back.
Yep.
And that's when I kind of became closer to Isalissa and Manny.
Yep.
And yeah, so Tomb came back, and then sort of I guess you were in sort of a Marble stride. Like you were making a lot of Marble streams for some reason.
Yeah, we had a good amount of Marble streams probably at that time. Like we used to, I mean, it might have been a few years after, just kind of in between that area. But yeah, that would have been. It's a fun game. It's a fun game.
And it's funny because actually, you could probably get a timeline on this because you always confuse me for being from the Puffy raid, or back then you would always confuse me.
Yeah, and it probably was around that time because like Port came from that raid, but then she got a gifted sub from one of my longtime viewers, Mark.
Oh yeah,
and then she came back and then stayed, and it's like Tex came from that raid.
Oh, Tex, that's who I was forgetting.
Yep. Tex, someone very similar to like Tomb, where it's like watched a bunch when they were, originally there for like their first. I say stint. It kind of sounds bad put in terms of that, but like when they were actively watching. But then as time progresses, again, high school life, college now, that yeah, they'll come in on occasion, which I completely respect. Like you got to go live your life. You gotta do things, So yeah, Tex would have been around that time. Pork, Bluely came in 2 months after, or no. Yeah, maybe. Yes.
I think, and
he came during our one block. We were playing one block at the time. One block, sky block, and I know that he came there because he had a little hut. He created a little hut.
No, Two must be okay. I think I've made this joke to you before. Two must be so annoyed with me sometimes because every time anytime anything happens, I'm like, bro, you won't believe what Jared just did or said or whatever. And it's like it's just because I'm kind of more of like a sentimental person, and like I always
certainly
I will always hold some part of the past, good or bad.
Certainly. Hey.
And so yeah. And so meeting my best friend from JaredHathaway, she doesn't watch Jared anymore. So I'm just like, bro, this is what happened. Let me give you that tea. And it's just like, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. I was moving on to a different topic. So go ahead.
Okay, yeah, certainly. Yeah, I figured you were. Yeah. But yeah, I guess just to kind of get back on the train that we're on of the history of the Chunk SMP season 3 came around after, we were kind of done with season 2. We kind of did everything we wanted. So season 3 came around. We had, an idea of what it looked like. We had a few new things, but it was a pretty, I wouldn't say it was like rushed, but it was rushed enough that it felt incomplete. And basically, again, still kind of lacked a little bit more identity. And we played that season for like a year and a few months. And the very similar thing, like, yeah, we're done with this world. We just kind of completed everything that we wanted. And that just ended up being, again, the inception of this season. And I spent a good chunk of the summer kind of thinking, spent a good chunk of, no pun intended, but of October, or not October, August, just working on it. So I spent like 2 weeks just straight working on getting this thing set up from a spawn standpoint to the quest to most of the plugins, and it's still ever evolving, which I love. I mean, there's a part of me that just feels like I could have, I spent an entire 3 months just working on this, and then when it drops, I have everything done from all the quests to the storylines to whatever it may be, because I'm still actively doing those. So it's like somebody has a chance to go through and, in a way, go and progress from a quest standpoint, and just to make it fun. So it is like stuff that you can grind out. And yeah, now that brings us here. And I feel like season 4 has been off to a great start. We're about this Friday would be a month in. And yeah, it has been crazy, just the amount of people playing, the level of interest, and certainly I hope it doesn't die out. But I've also been a little bit more, not egregious, but I've been a little bit more open to inviting just newer people that have been coming to the streams, that have filled out an application, because we have claims now. There is a little bit more of a system in place, and everything's laid out. Like if you break a rule for whatever reason, you build within 500 blocks from somebody's base. You hope that there's no issues that arise in this sense, because like in past seasons where we'd have somebody that goes over to somebody's base and they steal it, we did have things in place that you can monitor it, where you can check the logs from a chest, or you can check if a block was broken, or things like that. This is at least a little, I at least like this a little bit better, where we have claims where you can't break somebody's door. You can't just go enter in. So it's like, it is kind of like Rust-esque. Like if you have a closed door and then you have another closed door, it's like, even if the first door's open, you can't get through the second door and whatnot. And so, yeah, it brought us here today, and I have been so happy with just how this last month has been going. Finding a balance within the shop where it's like, if you want items, you kind of have to go get them. But I wanted to balance risk to reward. Are you going to sell your blocks because that makes you money, but you might need them at some point? Or are you going to continue to hold them, find another way to make money, like farms, or if ores aren't super important to you? I mean, I understand that we have TPA, so it's like it allows us to TP to people's bases. And I think I mentioned this before to a few people, but I genuinely thought about not having TPA this season, only because I want people to go adventure. I want people to go travel. I don't want people to have like a bunch of homes everywhere. So like I limited the homes. I was okay with the TPA because I understand like everyone kind of plays generally a little different. I try not to TPA as much, but I've still found like a bunch of people still flying around and using an elytra. I plan on making like a giant ice area to get to a few people's bases just north of mine. And so I'm not just relying on like a TPA, or if I need to get to the end and somebody's not on, I can't get there, I can still make it there. You know what I mean? And so and that's just how I choose to play, because I prefer not to TP, just because it does kind of seem easy. Like I want people to go travel. I want people to go see things. But I understand from just a viewer standpoint that that's not always how everyone plays. And I think a lot of people would generally be less happy to play on the server if they had to travel that many blocks to get to somebody's base or to get to an area. And so I did, and maybe there's a way where it's like if you do TPA, it costs you, $1,000 or something. So there's at least some cost to it. So it's not like you could just TPA everywhere and life is good. So there's some cost to think about still, and it's an ever working system. So that's kind of what brought us to season 4 here.
Yeah, so the last thing, because I've had this question that I really wanted to know, because you mentioned Husky before being one of the first people to join. Probably the last thing we're going to talk about with season 1 or season 2,
Yeah.
and I do want to talk about a little bit more about season 3, because that was my season.
Certainly.
So who were like the founding Chunk members? Because I always talk about OG Chunkers. Who were, obviously some people might have joined later. Who were the first members of the first season of the Chunk SMP?
Yeah,
you can remember.
there's a handful. Rumpy's one of them. Husky's one of them. Energized Hopper, Goozy, Toby, and Cleefy, the Dutch Bros. They were all one of them. There's a few others that I won't mention just strictly because of history, but those were, I think, the like OG. I don't think I had that many. Like it wasn't just like an abundance of like 10, 12 people. I then, as the season was progressing, I still had applications coming in and people applying, and I'd add them on, like somebody like Pixelated Weeb or like the Nerdy Gamer OMG. Those people were like people that were on season 1, but they didn't. Oh, Ace Woman. That was the first person that I thought of. But those people were added afterwards. And just for the record, Ace Woman was a founding member. Tech Master 1221 or 2112.
Something
Tech
like that.
Master. Who else? I'm trying to remember. Those are definitely like the ones I for sure remember, other than just the redacted names. And I don't generally remember many others.
You know what? I think this is a good time to transition because we have a mini game, the first official CHUNKCAST mini game. We're gonna play. We're gonna play.
Fireworks going off.
Yeah. Wait 1 second. Do I have fire? I don't have fireworks because I don't have my light show. We're gonna play Chunk Association. I have, let me count, 3, 6, 9. I have 9 members of old Chunk SMP. Then I'm gonna go off of the people who are on the tab list because we do a roll call. I've been forgetting it the last 2.
Right. So I'll take out of my F1 so we have it. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm going to name it. You're going to tell me the first thing you think of when you hear that name. Okay.
Okay.
So starting off.
Okay. Locking in.
Yeah. Your
locking
brother.
In. Strapped in. I'm literally strapped in.
Yeah. Your brother, Mr. Rumpy.
Joe Rumpy.
Yeah. Oh, is that your word, or are you?
No, well, I part of it is that word. I'm gonna give one more word for Rumpy. That is my initial word association.
He deserves 2 words.
He does. He deserves all the words.
He's great. I'm gonna try to get him on the podcast eventually if I can. I'm definitely gonna ask.
Twin.
Yeah, I definitely want to ask Rumpy in the future once we get like everyone who's on the server now. So okay, next one.
Rumpy's still streaming. He's been consistent. He's been killing it, man.
He's great. No,
we need him on the podcast.
Yeah, whenever he streams, I definitely go check him out because he is just a cool dude. Next question, or next question. next person. Ace Woman. Yeah. You mentioned earlier, Ace Woman.
Tactical.
Oh, interesting. Tech Master.
Quirky.
Okay. Pluto.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah? Are you good?
Yeah. This is who I'm thinking of.
You forgot about Pluto.
Yeah. He was She. Oh, yes. Okay, there's rewriting history. Pluto was one of the original.
Wait, really?
Yes, she was an OG. What? Or maybe she was season 2. She might be season 2.
I know she was on season 2.
I will rewrite history. I'm going to throw in King Cannonball in there.
Okay.
Because King Cannonball was a friend of someone. And
So what's your
Pluto?
word
Oh my
for
gosh.
Pluto?
Yes. Sorry, I was thinking Pluto was King Cannonball, but now, yes. Yeah. Pluto was a season 2 member.
Yeah.
Pluto, word association. Airplane.
Yeah, fun. I do have a fun fact. Okay, because Pluto, like Rumpy, was another one of the people who I watched outside of you, especially on season 2, because Pluto is season 2. And so Pluto wanted build ideas. And in another moment where I helped shape Chunk history, the other one being Door Mafia. Anyways, I'm pretty sure I was the one. I don't know if she thought of the plane idea and she needed a reason for the plane, or I thought of the plane idea. But I had the idea of it being like a chicken flight school. At the very least.
Yes.
It was
Pluto's
such a
chicken
stupid
flight school.
idea.
Yeah.
It was just like, oh yeah, what if you taught chickens to fly? I don't know why I thought of that.
Yeah, just unload the payload of chickens.
Yeah.
The plane was still there. It's still there in diorite.
She also is now focusing on real life. She stopped streaming, unfortunately.
I don't blame her.
I did play a lot of Bed Wars with her though after she left the chunk.
I would say if there's one person that I think other than Rumpy and Husky, people that are like still streaming or making content today, Pluto was definitely one of those people that I thought had a really bright future in the space. I do think so.
It is so unfortunate that a lot of people stopped streaming after. I think like it was just because of COVID. They stopped streaming because they had lives. They had back lives.
Yeah. Lives open back up.
Yeah. Okay. Next one. I feel like this is gonna be an interesting one. Energized Hopper, Mr. Hopper.
Oh, I've already used the word tactical, but I'm gonna go with mysterious.
Ooh.
I think that's a good word for him. Mysterious.
I already forget how to pronounce the last name, so I'm just gonna say Toby.
Yeah, you're good.
Toby.
Oh, Toby McKiley.
McKiley, that's it. McKiley.
Dutch Bros 1.
That sounds like a call sign.
Yeah.
Little goose to Dutch Bros 1.
Yeah. It's his little army name.
Yeah. I wonder who came first, Toby and the other Dutch Bros, or the Dutch Bros coffee?
Right. They all came. So it was funny. So this is kind of funny. They all applied. I think one of them applied and was like, hey, like, I have like 2 of my Dutch friends that want to play. Is that like possible? And I was like, yeah, have them apply. And then they all applied. And I always like, this is awesome. Like, if you guys are making content, might as well just make it together. And yeah, all 3 of them joined in. Oh, that's the Dutch Bros were also founding members. Yeah.
Okay.
They were OGs.
So the best way to end the OG section or the YouTube or content creator section of Word Association is Mr. Husky himself.
Mr. Husky.
Mr. Joe Husky, where Husky, whatever you know him as.
Where Husky.
Where is Husky, guys?
Yeah, where is
Where
Husky?
are you, Husky?
It's not even it's where Husky actually, which is so funny.
You forgot the H.
Yeah, it's so funny because we always call him where Husky.
You know, like those signs, like whether it's like on churches where it has like the little like the lit sign where you've got the letters, and sometimes you don't have enough letters, so it's just like a number for the I or something like that. He had to take out the H and where Husky to put it on the Husky part.
Yeah, he had to put it on the Husky part. Yeah. Where Husky. Yeah. He word, yeah. I'm gonna give him a word, and this is more of a compliment than it's like what I think of like my word association, but loyal. He
is a very loyal person. I definitely this season, or I guess last season really, I got a chance to get to know him better because I knew that he's been here a while, and as someone who knows a lot about the old chunk, which is something that is unfortunately being a lost history. It's a lost history. Like we got kind of bonded over that. We did some Door Mafia stuff. We were gonna do Door Mafia last season, but we kind of after we went a little bit overboard one time
after recent events.
After we decided, hey, maybe we should just take a break, and then it was the end of the season before we could do anything. But no, this season,
we had back to back bad ones.
Yeah, but
I was first, and I was
okay. Yours was
I was just
bad.
like, no, it wasn't as bad. I think the moment was bad.
Yeah,
so I was like, man, I'm like, I just wanted to do one thing today, and now I have to destroy a bunch of doors. It caught me on a bad day, which wasn't a bad. Yeah, it was just timing. I was like, oh. Yeah. And then the other incident.
yeah. But hey, we aren't talking about that incident. So this season we have the Mafia back, and we did talk about this a little bit with Isabel, I think. But so we're not doing as much just door stuff. We did a little pranks. If you watch Jared's streams or his VODs, we put some snowmans down. Snowmans? Snowmans? What?
Yeah.
That's right,
Headless
right?
Snowman.
Yeah,
Headless snowmans, yeah.
Or
and you're talking like men's is in plural and not mans.
Yeah, I don't know.
Snowman.
Snowmen. We put a lot of snowmen down. I double pluraled it. It's because
there was
so many.
A lot of individual snowmans.
Yes.
That were walking around
without heads,
and they all died to zombies. And I'm still cleaning up the mess 4 weeks later.
Yeah, I wonder who did that. And then we did we've done less pranks, and we've been doing more bits. Like we did we had the cat cowboy.
That was fun. That was a good one.
Sheriff Mittens or something like that. With me catching the cows. We had oh geez, what was the last one? Marsbot. So it's technically
Marsbot was probably the most recent. Yeah.
There wasn't that actually hasn't been that many, but it's only been a month, so there's plenty of time. And then
or also moving out of Odessa.
Oh yeah. Hey, we want to have our dependency. Oh, and this wasn't really a bit. Well, it's kind of bit, but me and Luna climbing up everything.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's like an all-encompassing of like tax fraud to getting inside of the into the castle, inside of the little cage. Like there's quite a few going.
It's the one sad thing I will say, and I know like you talked about like wanting to travel more, so we don't have as many homes. but I wish there was like a
Mhm.
few more. Cause like, let me check my homes
Mhm.
now. Like I'm not saying I need like 20 or 50 or anything like that. But it's like I feel like obviously 5 it makes you need to like optimize it, right? But like I
Yeah.
just lost like a mine because I got tunneling on one of my pickaxes, so I was doing a
Yeah.
lot of mining. Like, and then I can't have the apartment homed anymore because I have stuff I'm actually doing as homes, and
Yeah.
it's just like I have to get rid of these silly stupid ones so I can actually lock in. Which is yeah,
I
it's
think
yeah.
technically you can have 6 because you get a bed one that's automatic if you have like if you placed a bed, but obviously we just slept to make it right before the podcast. So the bed might be a little ruined and it might put you
Yeah.
back at spawn or be like, hey, that home doesn't actually exist anymore.
Wait, is it home? Would it be home bed or like what? How does that work?
Yeah, maybe I'm the actual only one that has it because
Oh
I'm
yeah.
admin. Yeah.
Just like I think you mentioned the being able to withdraw XP, but then that wasn't available for anyone else.
Yeah, yeah. When it's hard because like when we went through beta testing,
Yeah.
like it's just one of those things we don't think about where it's like, oh, well, as long as you can withdraw it, you should just be automatically with able to redeem it. It was just one command that I didn't give permission where you can withdraw money and redeem it,
Yeah.
but you couldn't withdraw XP and redeem it. You could withdraw, but you couldn't redeem it.
I will say I think trading does work. The XP trading does work, as far as I
Yes.
know.
Yes, it should.
Yeah. So now that we've done the word association, we need to do it for the people on the server right now. So
Mm,
let's do a quick roll call.
okay.
Before so that you can kind of think about what you want to say about each person.
Okay.
So
Okay.
today we have on
Yeah.
Pterodactyl
I'm gonna
Exo,
think.
Blue League, Pork Chalk, what? Pork Chop 12, The Boss 0418, Neutron Mars, what a nerd that guy, Pretty Glitz, It's Not Manny, Good for What, and Jared Hathaway. So those are
Yeah.
the people. I'm gonna make you do a word association with yourself, by the way. You're not getting
Yeah,
away
no,
from it.
that's completely
Okay,
fair.
first one. Okay, I've given you like a second to think. Pterodactyl,
Yeah.
Terra. I'm just gonna say Terra.
You give me a second to think and I still can't think.
Just
Uh
first word. Come on.
First word that comes to mind.
Yeah, Terra.
Dinosaur.
Oh, fair enough. Blue.
Smiling.
Okay. Pork chop.
Food.
Boss.
Manager.
Mars.
Funny.
Pretty glitz. Isabel.
I was gonna say Idabel.
Annabelle. Oh my
Yeah.
god, because people do call her Annabelle. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say yeah, that was my
No,
yeah. Then you
that's
because you
your
said
word.
pretty
Annabelle.
glitz Isabel. Yeah, Idabel.
Annabelle. Okay. Manny.
Jeff.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was about to say what? Good for what?
Grinder.
Jared.
Or not like that grinder.
A grinder. What? What? Jared.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Turtles in a half shell.
Turtle Power. Okay. Speaking of Jared, outside of streaming, which is what you do on the chunk, you also do YouTube. So
Yes.
one
Yes.
thing that you do is fun fact, guys. If somehow you didn't know, he has his own podcast, the realest
Woo!
podcast I hear.
The realist.
So
The
what
realist
is
on
the
the
schedule
internet.
for that? I think it's like one video a week, right? Or is it-
Yeah, I usually post every Sunday. I think that's probably just going to go to like every bi-weekly.
Oh,
If that makes sense. Just because I, especially over the summer and most of this year, it has been rather difficult to just like come up with like a new thing to talk about that like
yeah.
seems talk worthy. Because like I do talk about on this podcast about what's going on in the creator economy, what's going on in my life, what are some other big sports things that have happened. And the one thing is that if I'm doing it weekly, the hard part is that those updates don't really come so weekly and so often. So it's not that I'm like trying to stress or like um conform to the news cycle or just any news things that's worthy of talking about. I mean, there's always something to talk about. But in terms of those types of topics and even with guests, like, yeah, maybe a month you're going to get 3 episodes because you're going to get a guest, then you're going to get 2 base, just me podcasts. So, um, yeah, it's a podcast called The Realist Podcast, and I interview guests. And very similar to you, you want to, and I want to get into the thick of it I want to
Into the
get
thick
into
of
the
it.
weeds of
Into the thick of it.
the person. I want to know the origin of what they do, why they do it, and how they do it. And there's going to be people that are trying to find themselves at that current moment. There's going to be people that have already found themselves. And sometimes, and I've learned, sometimes people that feel like they've already figured it out are still trying to figure it out. And whether that is a pivot, whether that is a, again, someone that is new to the scene of content, trying to find their own footing, that's kind of what the podcast is generally about. I just want to get into these deep dive stories. I want to learn about this person. And in turn, hopefully somebody watching can find a different wavelength to connect with that person with. If that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. And so I will ask, obviously, what was the origin of this podcast? Like, why did you want to make a podcast? When did this come about? Because you're what? You're 80 something episodes in
Yep.
at this point.
82 episodes in. It's been a little fractured at times where you're going to get like a bunch of like 6 episodes straight and then maybe nothing for a while. However, the inception of it was that simple idea of like, I want to interview people that I know and I want to get to know them on a different level. From people that like either I call like my best friends or people that I call just friends of mine. And of course, just most guests that I've had are just like really good friends of mine that I know, content creator friends, in real life friends. Like, I just want to know who you are. I just want to know, uh, like, not every bit about you from your deepest, darkest secret, but you made, you made a decision. Why did you make that? What about your childhood? Like, I interviewed one of my good friends that I met from college, and like he really loves like the album Blonde, and I was like, why do you like the album Blonde? Like, you post about it all the time, and I want to get an answer behind that. And so you learn about his music past, then you learn about, oh, like you and your dad, like your dad got you into music. Like, what does that mean to you? And what type of music were you kind of surrounded with? And like, even for like another friend of mine, like I learned on the podcast that he was adopted. He had, like, his last name is hyphenated because he has 2 moms. Like his parents are lesbians, like they're a lesbian couple. And so he's adopted. And I one question that I asked him, I was like, growing up in maybe a not a traditional household where it's just like a mom and a dad, but when the teacher asks like, hey, go to your parents, whether your mom or dad, or like whatever they use as a phrase, like, did you ever feel like, and especially you're young, so it's like you might not know how to feel, but is there a sense of like what you see back at home isn't a reflection of what even your peers and your not students, what's the word, yeah, just like your other classmates see, and some might not have a dad, some might not have a mom, some might be living with grandparents. Did you ever feel like that was different, and etc., and that's just all in short. And I just want to know like what his unique experience was like, because yeah, there's a lot of people out there that probably did not grow up with a lesbian couple that they called their parents, a mom and a mom. And like maybe asking their parents, why did they choose to hyphenate their names? Because typically and more normally, it's kind of one last name one chooses or not, but then, I get to learn that, from his experience, what he's learned is that, yeah, some lesbian couples just don't know what to do, you know, or they just decide that, yeah, let's just use both of our last names because he's like, we didn't really give birth to him, but we adopted him. And that's the reason for the hyphenation. You just get to learn these things from their perspective and what they've experienced in life. And I think that idea, very similar to even the chunk back in 2017, was the exact same way, that I had the vision for what I wanted to do. I just didn't have the platform to do it yet.
Yeah, that's definitely like, and we've talked about content a lot. You always, and I found that you always put so much intent and thought behind everything you do. You are so like, you are like, you dedicate yourself to the craft because you're so passionate about it, and that is like in
Thank
like
you.
all the every single project you've done. Like I've seen this because even if I'm not staying for all these projects, I've seen a lot of these projects at least either start or the after in some way, and just
Yeah.
you
Like whether you see the end result or it actually happening in real time.
yeah.
Yeah.
And you
Thank
have
you. I appreciate
never
that.
you've never put in less than 100%, and that is one of the reasons why I've been singing your praises on this podcast, and that's why I make this podcast here on the Chunk, because that's why I'm always on the Chunk, because this is really a great community that he has grown, and there are so many very genuine people here, and it all stems from him and the the press, or not the president, the ideas that he sets, and like the expectations and all of that, what he expects from his community. And it is just it's always been just a really great place, which is why I've came back. This is why I'm on the Chunk, why I'm making this podcast, why I'm streaming for almost a month straight on the podcast.
Yes.
And I
Well,
do want to talk about that. Yeah.
Well, and it's not possible without people like you that innovate these ideas and again provide a platform, for people to get interviewed. I know we might talk about it here in a bit, but just in short, like I have to thank you. I have to thank anyone that is streaming on this platform, on the server that is. And I wanted to provide a place that you guys can play Minecraft, and that idea has not been lost, and people are going to find their own ways to play. Some people are just going to be like grinding. They're going to get as much money as they can on the server or the biggest base. And like you mentioned, I've always wanted to be intentional with that. I've wanted to provide a platform for you, and I'm glad that you're providing a platform for other people to talk. And as a content creator myself, I know how much it meant for me when somebody reached out to me, and for the first time it was like, hey, we really like your story. We've been tapped in for a little bit. Would you like to come on our podcast to talk about it more? And it and again, we might talk about this in a little bit, but it gives a sense of validation for what you're doing,
Yeah.
because at the end of the day is like, if you post a video and it gets 0 views, it's like, well, nobody really watched it. But then over the course of a year, maybe 5 people watched it, and you're like, okay, it might not seem like a lot. 5 people within a year is not a super great like numerical standpoint, but 5 people still tuned in. And you look at the stats, they've watched for 20 minutes, like, oh, okay, I should continue doing that. And I hope that you would continue doing that, regardless of if anyone got any views, or you got 10 views, you got 100 views, you got 10,000 views, whatever it may be, and whatever, I guess, the quote unquote standard for you is. Because if I upload a video right now, I'm not going to get like 10,000 views right off the rip. But if it continues to exist there, I continue to grow marginally. It might hit there at some point, and the next video might do a little bit better and incrementally better by then. So again, the intentionality of and I'm grateful for you for asking me to be on the podcast. I know that there's been a lot of conversation about it, and I always want to support you guys because you guys have supported me so well over the course of a handful of years, months, whatever it may be. So thank you for having me on too.
Yeah.
This is not the end, by the way, just to
Yeah,
quote that. This is not the end of the podcast.
Like we're not even halfway, guys. We're not even
Thanks.
halfway. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Woo!
Anyways, that was the podcast. No, yeah, I want, and I do want to say, because I feel like I haven't, like, I've talked about this behind the scenes, like, because obviously I always want to have a conversation about, like, to the person I'm interviewing, and like about like the podcast and about them, because everyone who I have on is someone who I will consider a friend, like someone who I'm not just putting on random people. The everyone's on for intention and for purpose. And originally, I wanted to do a podcast just in general. If you've seen my streams or if you watch other episodes, I like to talk occasionally. I've been known to, as the kids say, yap, and podcasts, like just like streaming has become such a everyone does it essentially, but why not do it? It's such a it can be so easy to start, but I just didn't know what I wanted to do. Like how a podcast can be about anything. So what do you make it about? What do you do? A lot of people do it about just current events, like Jared does.
Yeah.
A lot of people do it about one specific thing that they're passionate about. Like you'll have sports podcasts. So I went on the chunk, and I was just joking around one day, like I do every day on the chunk SMP, and we were just, oh yeah, I should start a podcast. And sort of honestly, that's how a lot of my best ideas start. It starts as a joke. It starts as me messing around, but then I'm like,
Yeah,
hey,
it's
why
always
don't
the
I do
best
that?
idea.
Yeah, why
Yeah.
don't I? So then I'm just like, okay, as much as I could just yap for an hour plus for once a week, I want to give everyone a chance to get to know, at least on Jared's side, to get to know people, because a lot of people, some people on the server just play Minecraft on their own. They do their own thing, or they stay with the same few people, and they just do play, they grind, whatever. Then they get off, then they come back on, whatever, and they just don't get to know other people. And other people like myself will see all these we'll see new people come in, or people they haven't talked to before, and they will be like, "Hi, my name's Mars. Nice to meet you." Um, and so that's kind of what I wanted this podcast to be, to get a chance to meet the fellow nationers and meet. For now, it's been content creators, and that's for two simple reasons. One, they understand, like, hey, this is we're doing this for content. And I have more to talk about. But then
Mhm.
also, so I can help them grow and they can help me grow. It's sort of that mutual, like, hey guys, go check out Jared Hathaway at these places,
Mhm.
because when you put a video on YouTube, like you said, it's not going to get like, it might not get 100 views or 1 million views in an hour, but like people can keep seeing it over and over again. It can be pushed back
Yeah.
into the algorithm, so they'll see episode 1 of the CHUNKCAST with AO. Or no, that was episode 2 with Pretty Glitz. And
Yeah.
they'll see, oh, Pretty Glitz. Let me go check out Pretty Glitz on Twitch. She seems really cool. And it's just that thing of like, it allows her to get more growth, and it allows me to get more growth. And that's why the first 4 or so episodes so far have been people who content create. And
Yeah.
eventually, of course, that's gonna run out, and I'm gonna talk to my other friends. My other friends.
I need to start
Yeah.
adding more people onto the
Yeah.
server so
Yeah.
you have a extensive list of new people to
Yeah,
talk
see
to.
that's what I'm gonna get Rumpy on when I can't talk to anyone else.
Yeah.
Uh,
When we've ran out of people that want to be on the podcast on the server,
yeah,
we need to go to the extremes.
yeah, Rumpy, help. No, and like,
Before we
yeah.
continue, actually, word association, because Xavier likes Moose was
Oh
on
yeah,
and they left.
yeah.
I'm gonna go legendary just to note
Yeah,
that,
and
because
I
I
want
did
actually,
see that they
yeah,
left.
and I do want to mention him and some other people. It's like when new people
Yeah.
have came in, I've always seen, because like I said, I'm constantly on, so I see someone new come in, and like there's been
Yeah.
like this season there's been just a handful of new people. So I always go and like introduce myself. Hi, I'm Mars. How are you? How'd you find Jared? That kind of stuff. Because people are on here for different reasons. People find Jared different ways.
Mhm.
Like, it'll be like, oh yeah, I found him through his TikTok live. I was just scrolling and I found it. Or no, I just clicked on it, the Twitch stream. Or oh hey, I've actually been watching him for years, and I just decided to join now because I got a computer. It could.
Yeah.
So you really get to know someone that way, and I'm someone who's always open to meet new people, and always like willing to be like, introduce myself, extend that courtesy, and
Yeah.
so again, that's part of why I'm making my podcast, is to meet new people, to talk to people, get to know them,
Yeah.
learn things that I might not have learned otherwise. Like for example, with Eriku last episode, I learned a lot about like his like, oh, this is how I started out streaming, or like oh, I started Minecraft net then, or like,
Yeah.
before I talked to Eriku this season, like because I knew him last season a little bit. I didn't know he knew Zach. Oh, by the way, word association, Zach. I forgot about Zach.
Oh,
Zacharum.
Zacharoom.
Yeah,
Yeah. Spider Farm.
It's okay. Yeah, no, like I didn't know he knew him, or apparently he knew Pluto too before the
Yeah.
SMP. So I didn't know this stuff. So this is something. Oh,
Yeah.
that's cool. That's really neat. And so you get to learn these things about people that you wouldn't normally get to know. And so yeah, it's just really cool. So on the topic of your podcast, because I think
Mhm.
I think you did make an episode about this, and I was looking for it, like quickly, but I can't see it right now. I might just have to scroll a little bit more. You've met a handful of well-known creators,
I
and
have.
for example, I believe one was Ryan Trahan. You've met him, right?
I have not met
Oh,
him,
it
but
was. It was. Oh my god, it was.
I've been in a call with him
Who was it? Who was it? I'm
before.
thinking of. Um,
Eric.
Eric. That's it. Yeah.
Yes.
Similar, kind of
Yes.
similar
Yeah,
vibe.
very similar
Um,
space, especially back a few years ago for sure.
yeah, and you've even met Colin and Samir, and
Yep, I have met Colin Samir, which I
yeah, you
think
have a
was
video
around there
about.
when. Yep, I do have a video giving them a coloring book, which is a little context if you watch the video.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have met Colin and Samir before.
And these are people who you've expressed that you enjoy their contents too. So like,
Yes.
I guess let's start with Airrack. How did meeting him happen? And you can, I guess you can. We should start by saying go watch his podcast and probably find out the answer. But or what is
Yeah,
there
I think
anything
it's
you can
episode
share?
like 17 or yeah, it's somewhere in the teens to 20s. The title will be very obvious
Yeah, I
of
met
me meeting
Airrack.
Eric, but yeah, so I joined in 2021. I just graduated from college and I necessarily didn't really know what to do with my life. And I feel like a lot of people that graduate college, you know, it's cool that you get a degree, but it's like, okay, they just dump me in the deep ocean. You got to go do something with your life now. And I had stopped doing track. I had basically quit track and I had, in a way, like just had no idea what I wanted to do. And I knew that content creation was definitely the direction. Like I knew I was going over here with track, and I was like, I need to kind of go all in with content creation. Still kind of going through that same problem now, but the main essence was I quit track, graduated college, and now I'm over here doing content. And I was gonna do throughout the summer, um, doing things for a um like doing like a summer bucket list in a way.
Oh,
And
okay, yeah,
it was like 17 video ideas. There was intention behind it. I won't spoil it here, but that might be for another day, at least in terms of that story. But one of them was to do like a color run. I wanted to do like a color run, and I was like, oh, that'd be kind of fun, like a little vlog. And I was like, that doesn't seem like hard enough. Like, I'm just gonna run, and I'm gonna be wearing a white shirt, and they're gonna throw a whole bunch of color at me. And I was like, I don't really want to do that. Like, it
yeah.
doesn't
Fair,
seem like
fair, fair.
doesn't seem sensational enough. And so what I ended up doing was, um, I ended up doing a Spartan race. And I ended up doing that, all that. Like, that's just kind of in short what I was doing. And Eric was a content creator that I watched a bunch at the time. And he had this program called Creator Now. And I forget how much I paid. It was like $129 or something. I I think I had money. Yeah, no, I definitely had money from DoorDash at the time because I would have been door dashing. And I joined in, and it was season 3. And I joined in short, went throughout that season, went through a few seasons. And then there was a meetup, a Creator Now meetup in LA. And I had flown down there for it. I was one of the farther people from it. I think some people came from like Texas, some people came from like Arizona and like other kind of California areas that aren't as far. I don't think we had anyone from like New York or anything, but there was a bunch of creators there, of course. And I had made a great relationship with a lot of them, and basically meeting Eric like in person. He's super tall. He's got really white teeth, really blue eyes. He's a great guy. Like, I mean, mind you, we're seeing in more of a microscopic sense because there's a bunch of other creators around, but um, so it's not like as private as I think you could get the truest form of self. But I mean, from my experience, just meeting him, and there's a funny story because we did this game, we were going through and we wanted to do this one-on-one thing with other people. So we would team up, we'd pair up with another person at this meetup. And what ended up happening was like we would put our head down and we would start walking. And then they would say stop. And when you look up, that's your partner. And sometimes like 3 people are looking at the same group. So like you find somebody else, or you just, come a group of 4 and then split off. And in short, like, he was a part of it. He was, involved. And when I looked up, I had to look up a little higher than like head height. And I saw Eric and I was like, oh, like this is super cool. And uh like I felt like he knew like who I was a little bit because I was runner up for MVP in season 3, and so it's like at least my like name was probably brought up, like especially if you're either MVP or the runner up to MVP, like. And I had posted 6 videos, whole goal that we had for this Creator Now, boot camp in a way, and like I at least he knew the idea of me. It wasn't just like, oh, who are you? Like, what's your name? Um, and in short, like we got to chat it up, and we got to talk about just like content creation, just the vision for like his channel and like what that meant for him and what his goals were at the time, and then also my goals. And that moment meant a lot, especially at
Yeah.
that time, because it's like, hey, this is a person that you've been watching. They understand kind of the content you create. They maybe have watched a video, you don't know. And you just kind of get the sense, again, of validation that the work that you're putting in has been enough to put yourself on their radar in a way, right?
Yeah.
And it's kind of crazy because Tyler Blanchard, someone that won season 1 of Creator Now, started becoming a mainstay in Airac videos. He had been my captain, coach, not coach, captain. He had been my like team leader, my team lead pretty much for season 3. So he was my cohort leader, and it was kind of funny because the MVP was from Tyler's cohort, and then I was co-runner or not co-MVP, but runner up to MVP. So we literally were dominating the season. But in essence, Tyler was someone that obviously I had a close relationship with, talked with a lot. And I'd gone down, I'd met Tyler, I stayed with him for like a week. And in short, I was making thumbnails for him at the time a little bit, like not every thumbnail, but just like he wanted to make better thumbnails. And I was like, okay, excuse me, hold on.
Yeah,
Okay,
my
clear the
dog was
throat.
barking in the background for a second, so I get that. No, I feel you. I feel you.
That's funny. So in short, I was making thumbnails for Tyler. Tyler at one point, I just stopped making stuff for him because he had enough money to get bigger and better thumbnail artists, which I was like, yeah, good.
Yeah.
Like I can get like a certain level of quality. I can't get the quality that you have right now.
Yeah.
And so the Streamy Awards came around, and
Oh.
Airac was hosting the Streamy Awards, and they originally had a thumbnail guy that was making the thumbnail, and it just didn't exactly look like what they wanted. And so Tyler, he calls me and he's like, hey, bro, you mind hopping on a call? And so I hop on a call with him and Mac Hopkins, who was a part of the Airac team at the time. And I hop on a call and they're like, hey, like Eric's obviously busy right now, so he's not on the call. I understand that. They're going through all the prep, and we have, 48 hours until the Streamy Awards. And Tyler calls me and he's like, hey, we need a thumbnail for the Streamy Awards. And he's like, I'll send you over the file and whatnot. And I'm like, oh, brother, I'm dropping
Wild.
everything.
Yeah, that's
And
crazy.
I dropped everything that I had planned for that time. Because this was around December. I was probably getting ready for the 24-hour live stream at this point. And he calls me, we hop on a FaceTime, and yeah, him and Tyler and Mac, they were just like, hey, like, yeah, just like do this, do that. And I was like, perfect. I'll see what I could do. And mind you, like, I knew I could probably get the end result, but like, whew, like the pressure was on.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, yeah, we submit a first draft in there, and eventually hop on a call with Eric and Tyler, and we all chatted up, and we're like, oh, maybe make a few little tweaks. And then we hop on a call with a guy from Dick Clark Productions, which does the like New Year's Eve drop for ABC.
Oh.
And he would, yeah, it's like kind of crazy. Or maybe it's one of those main channels, might not be ABC, but one of those New Year's ball drops. And, infamous announcer for the New Year's Eve. And Dick Clark Productions guy hops on, and like, he's like, oh, like this sounds like still a little clutter. He's like, what about if we just, he's like, we don't need the like ABC. And mind you, I'm putting it in there because that's what I was told. And he's like, nah, just get rid of it. It looks too messy. And I was like, he's just like, yeah, just put YouTube, Streamy Awards and then like powered by Streamlabs. And he's just like, like all the 48 hours of work to get, like the background was the hardest part to get because we didn't know exactly like what was too much, what was too little. And he's like, nah, just get rid of it. And then like 5 minutes later, I get rid of it, make a new copy, and then instantly have what he wants. And I was like, great. And so that streamy thumbnail, if you look on Airac's channel on the live tab, his streamy awards that he hosted on his channel and obviously his streamy awards channel, those were the thumbnail that I created. And that was like super cool. The thumbnail that I worked on, I can't say that I created it, but it was a thumbnail that I worked on and finalized. And that was like a super cool moment that like in the history of content creation, that this one guy from Spokane, Washington, through the butterfly effect of just randomly getting placed into Tyler's team to putting in enough work to, work with Tyler, work with Eric, Arac. And that was like a super cool moment. And even at the time, like we mentioned Colin and Samir, like these are people that I watch. And like when I was in that season with, Tyler as his apprentice in this way, I forget the whole terminology. I'm just using like some random jargon. But Ryan Trahan had a workshop and he was roasting our channels and he was giving like feedback. And at the time I was the real Jared. So I went from the real Joru way back in the day to the real Jared to now Jared Hathaway. And going through all that branding, obviously in the past, that branding, funny enough, came from Ryan Trahan. He was like, he's roasting my channel. And he had some good things to say about the thumbnails, and I was like, I will say I definitely had some of the best thumbnails that compared to other people in that space at that time, and like I pride myself on making really good thumbnails. And so when I started working with Tyler, like that validates a lot of things too, and you try and make that same thing for him. But at the time, Ryan does the workshop. My channel's one of the lists. You could see it in the tab, and I was like, there's no way that Ryan Trahan is like about to roast my channel. And he roast also Rachel's channel, who won MVP. And Rachel's a fantastic editor. She makes amazing videos. Her thumbnails are top tier. And like I saw my name in the tab, and I'm like, there's no way. Like, oh my God. This is happening right now. Like he's about to roast it, and he goes through a few channels, gets to mine. And one of his advice was to just use my name. He was like, just name it Jared or like Jared Hathaway. Just use your name. And so then, like, I think after that season, or like it might have been the March after, because this was like in September of 2021. So this is not long after I graduated college and whatnot. It was the real Jared, Ryan Trahan, all that Creator Now stuff. And then I think in March, because I think I have all the photos of me taking profile photos up in the studio. And yeah, Ryan Trahan was the guy that told me to rebrand to just my name. And so that obviously became pretty much everything. And then all my social medias, Jared Hathaway is a pretty common name, apparently.
Never heard of another one.
Like, yeah, you might meet another one out there. You might not. However, the at on most platforms, Jared Hathaway, is gone or like taken already. And so there was this TikToker named Griffith Johnson, I think. His name was I'm Griffith Johnson. And that was his at. And I was like, I'm just going to add like I'm at the front of it. I was like, that's super easy. Like makes it easy because then it's like it's on everything. Nobody has it taken. I made sure like I looked up on every single platform to see if it was taken. From Twitter to YouTube. I mean, YouTube's a little different, but like Snapchat.
Well, now it does have
Instagram.
An app. Now YouTube does have an app, though.
Yes, you can still look up channels without the at, but Jared Hathaway was the name because I already like once they came out with tags, probably I think it was in October of 22, and that's when I like solidified it. Like I woke up that day when they announced the update that was going live, and I was like, Jared Hathaway.
Plus it answers the question. Right now. Plus it answers the question. Jared Hathaway? Who's Jared Hathaway? I'm Jared Hathaway.
I'm Jared Hathaway. That's funny. I never thought about it that way.
I just thought of it right now.
Who do you think you are? I am.
Oh my.
Classic bowling knowledge.
Okay. Whew. Okay. And into the whole Eric and Ryan Trahan and that stuff, I've kind of had like obviously that must have been like such a huge thing for you, and you talked about it a second ago, like that was massive for you, and it must
Yeah.
and like all like the validation, it's like, oh, this person who for this amount of time I've been watching, and I've been like in so this amount of people watching, they know me, they noticed me,
Mm-hmm.
and like they are giving me this validation, and that's great. And so
Mm-hmm.
I've kind of and we've kind of, and this is something else we've talked about because we have talked a good bit like outside of like stream stuff like that. That is kind of the relationship I've had with sort of you in
Mm-hmm.
my time content creation, getting this advice, getting this input. And one specific time I want to talk about is day one of this season. After I had a 12-hour stream that day, 12-hour stream, and at the end of it, I met Spidey. I had never met him before, or
Yeah,
talked
yeah,
to him
yeah.
before that. I did all this stuff during that literally 12 hours of just playing the server. And so like we wanted to talk to you. So like I had ended stream, and we went to talk to you about our idea, which it ended up not being a thing, but that's fine because what came out
Was
of
that
it.
on day one?
Yeah,
That
that
was
was day
actually day.
one.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, that was day one.
Wow,
And
wow.
like it turned to some, and this happened a good few amount of times, to us just talking about content, about the space currently, and like what
Yeah,
you do and why you do it, and then it turned to me like how I feel, because like I look, it's sort of like there's a massive space, a creator space. It's like the whole like community system, right? Like there's the people just
yeah,
around you, there's your town, there's the towns around you, there's your state, whatever.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
kind of like that in the creator space too. It's like
yeah. Absolutely.
there's the creators that you immediately surround yourself with, and I have been lucky to have been surrounded by a lot of great creators, and then I'll talk about that more in a little bit. But one of the people being in that sort of space, sort of, I would say the second row, because it's not like we're streaming together or making content together or we're constantly talking. Like it's sort of the thing where like I have that connection if I need it.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
one of the main things, and I've looked through your other streams and the clips and stuff like that. The thing you always preach about is consistency, and obviously
Yes.
that is extremely important. And that is just something where I didn't take it seriously before in the past, so I wasn't consistent. And we talked about this, and literally while you were talking about this, I thought to myself, like, hey, after today, I'm becoming consistent. I am streaming. I'm getting a schedule. I'm doing this and this and this, and I don't have the schedule yet, but I've been streaming almost daily because I wanted to grind these streams. I
Yeah.
wanted to.
Yeah.
I'm spending all this time on the server either way, so why not let people watch that? And so it went from this one conversation that probably wasn't that much for you, into me being able to hit affiliate, me getting all these streams, getting these new
Yeah.
viewers from you or from your community. And it's sort of it's at to a lesser extent as like with you and those people, but there's a similar thing of just like I'm getting this person who I've watched for years. I'm getting the same validation. They're seeing my stuff. They're like, "Oh, hey, good job doing you." And
Yeah.
yeah, so
And yo, go ahead. Go
no, I
ahead.
was gonna say I understand
I don't
that
want to
point.
stop the riff.
No, I was just saying that. So I understand you, like where you're coming from when you say
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm only a creator with like 6,000 followers, I average around like maybe 10 to 15 people depending on the stream. Like to me it doesn't feel like the gravity is a lot, but that also doesn't mean that I don't see the influence that I can have and I do have. Um even if it is only a handful of people, right? Like I don't dress a certain way that we're like, oh wow, that's so sensational. I need to dress like similar, right? Like it's not that type of influence, or it's like, but I see like parts of it, whether that is from, people's bases and what they have going on, or just the level of consistency that you have, right? I've seen the output week by week when it comes to the chunk cast. And like you see the ideas that some people have because of what, let's say, like something I've done, right? And so, not necessarily that's my intention all the time because like people can follow me if they want. It's not like a mandatory thing, of course. Like people have that free will to Oh, I'm inspired by, or like, oh, I don't like that type of build, or like I like this, or you get to see what's what that means and what that looks in different fields. And I see it in like a farm, on the server, or um just different just different things like that. And like you mentioned, consistency, and even our conversation nearly 4 weeks ago of like, yeah, sometimes it is just consistency, sometimes it is showing up. How are people, and like sometimes it is just telling yourself like, how are people going to find my content if they can't find it? If there's not an access point to find it, they might stumble upon the video, but even then you're talking fractions of, percents of they might stay, you know, and they might continue to stay and watch more videos, If 100 people watch your video and only 3% continue to stay, that's only 3 people out of 100 views, right? And so is the goal that you need to get 100 views, or is the goal that I need to be more consistent? Because if you're more consistent, then I could get to 100 views faster, meaning that 3 people can be, following whatever. I mean, mind you, this is all just hypothetical, but sometimes you just need to show up. And I think you've done that well from streams. I've seen other people on this server streaming, like Eriku and Isabel and Gabs, like they've been putting in work. And we talked about it even in some of those early content creation settings where the Chunk SMP was strictly for content creators. The reason why it died was that people weren't consistent enough. And is it by their own choice? Is it because they don't want to? Is it because of other life priorities, which I probably mostly put on? Um, but it is hard to grow, right? I can't become the most followed streamer on Twitch if I don't stream on Twitch,
Yeah.
or if I don't stream at all, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes it is just those logical things you think about. And maybe this leads us into the next topic. But it is
Yeah.
it is something, it is crucial to be somewhat consistent.
Yeah, so that is a good segue into streaming. I did talk a little bit about like the people who I surround myself with, because you can attest to this. The people who you surround yourself with, both in life and in your aspirations, are so important to reaching your goal.
Yeah.
People
Yeah.
who support you and kind of uplift you. It's so important to have that support, and I am lucky to have that, not only in here in this community, but other people outside of the chunk and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And one thing I will say, as like someone who is both like relatively and just in the grand scheme of things, just a smaller content creator, I have been lucky to have so many like, not even like massive creators, but so many creators who are bigger than me, more experienced than me, who have like this, like they can tell me, hey,
Mhm.
maybe instead of doing this, like I see this the way you're doing this, maybe this could be a better way of doing that thing, or
Right.
like hey, that idea, that's a good idea, but maybe instead of doing it this way, do it that way, which is the conversations that we have kind
Yeah.
of. And it's sort of like I surround myself with, like, not even purposefully, these people who are bigger than me, these people who have more success than me, and it's like, these are my friends, we are equals. I'm going to i'm going to grow to their level, because that is, because I am on their level. It's not like a like me feeling like I'm less than them because of this, the difference in the views or in the followers or whatever.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's a big problem that I had before. I saw these creators who are bigger than me around me, and I was like, oh man, I'm not on their level. I'm not the same size as them. I don't have the views that they have or the likes or whatever. And it's just like, it's taken me just realizing that realizing why I want to do this, to
Yeah.
realize, to be like, okay, no, hey, I need to refresh the way I'm thinking.
Yeah,
Um,
certainly. My dad, he told me this. I don't remember when, but it was either in like late high school. I was playing Minecraft or something, and I was talking to my dad about his work, his line of work, and how he got into it. Right after college he started his work, and I had we were talking about it. And, he graduated from a community college, got his degree. Shout out, dog. And he told me, and it's always rung with me, that dad knowledge. He had mentioned, he's like, if you do good work will find you, and that could not be more true than experiences that I've had with the people that I've got to work with. I think about Tyler and him asking me, hey, we're trying to, his words, like, we got to get the YouTube, the thumbnail legend, the thumbnail OG. We need you to whip up something. You were the first person that I would have called in this sense, because even then he was still up and coming. His contact list hadn't grown a whole lot at that time from, like a thumbnail standpoint, but he just knew that I could deliver. And again, that good work, if you do good work will find you. And that was something that my dad taught me. And, when and how you talk about, yeah, sometimes you view it like transactionally. It's easy to think that way in the content space. It's like, that person has 100,000 subscribers, they would never work with me, right? Or I have 1,000 subscribers, like a sponsorship's never going to, I'm not going to get an Elgato sponsorship. But certainly the numbers do speak. But the one most important thing is that, again, if you do good work will find you. And there was something that you harped on there, and what you mentioned was your why. Like, why are you doing this? And I've met a lot of people in my life through leadership, through sports, and you can tell when people aren't loving what they do anymore. And you can tell when people really love what they're doing. They've been doing it for 30 years, right? They've been teaching for this amount of time. They've been in the leadership space and since the beginning, right? One of the big things is um, your why. Like, why are you doing this? And for me, my why is like, I want to give people the confidence to do the things that they want to do in life. And that comes through ideation from my end, that comes through my actions on the server, uh, filling out a place that you guys can play Minecraft and express yourselves through your builds, through your ideas, and even through my content of like, I want to do something so extreme that it's like, it's tedious, it's monotonous. But if there's one person that's willing to do it, it's going to be me. And I'm willing to sit there for 30 days doing the same thing every single day because I want to learn something from that. I want to prove a point, or I want to learn more about myself. And those are the things that I really like to do. And because that's my why, because what my core belief as a person aligns with what I'm doing as a content creator.
Yeah. I will say, because you said your why. In whatever I wanted to do, like obviously when you're a kid, you're always asked, "Oh, what are you gonna do
Yeah,
after
yeah,
after school? What are you gonna?"
yeah,
That's the question. And so I have
yeah,
been one of those people who've never had an answer.
yeah,
I've not known what I want to do, and I've always been like, "Oh, this is cool, this is cool, this is cool." But throughout everything I've ever like considered, there has been one thing that I've wanted to do, and I made sure to keep it like such an open, like something that like, and you could have so many different possibilities. It's not like,
yeah,
oh, I want to make a six-figure salary, have work this many hours, whatever. No, I've just wanted to make that difference. Like I wanted to, no matter the size of the people, whether it's one person, 100 people, a million people, it doesn't matter. I wanted to do good by people and make that difference and improve people's day or week or month or year. And I want to do that in so many different ways. Like I've been like, when I was young, like this is like way younger, before I realized how expensive college is.
yeah, yeah,
Been like, oh, psychology, maybe I could be a psychologist and help people
yeah,
that way. And then I was like,
yeah. That's certainly, yeah,
I could do teaching, which is kind of where I might go outside of streaming right now.
yeah,
I can help people in that way because education is such like a it is such an important, and it gives an environment that helps people reach their goals. And so,
yeah,
and then streaming, obviously streaming has been, especially if we're talking going back to season one, chunk started in 2020. That was the time that people were on the internet the most because they used it to cope with
yeah,
with being stuck inside. And so
yeah,
streamers have always sort of provided, or content creators in general, whatever you make, music,
yeah,
YouTube videos, podcasts, streams. Jared Hathaway makes it all. No, you
Neutron Mars.
yeah. Yeah, this is where I'm announcing my music career, guys. No,
Yeah.
no. So all sorts of content helps people in a way. It's the serotonin, it's the happiness. It gives them, like you mentioned before, an escape. And
Yeah,
so right now, that's what I'm working towards. I don't have like, oh, I want a million subscribers or followers.
certainly.
Obviously I have like some goals, like, oh, I want like, I don't know if you know these things, like U2s, like little like figures or
Yep.
plushes.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
would love to like be big enough to get one of those. Like that's just like
Yeah.
my own side personal goal.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
then
yeah.
like,
And
yeah,
those things happen because of the work you put in.
yeah.
We learned something in leadership that was super important. So imagine three little circles, they increasingly get smaller and smaller, but they're all within right.
Okay.
And they all get tinier and tinier. This really looks like what my base looks like on the server.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, yeah. That's what I
but
was thinking.
it's a giant circle, then it's a tinier circle inside of that, and it's an even tinier circle. And it goes, the outside circle or the biggest one is what, the middle one is how, and the inner circle is why. And sometimes you can view things as what you do, how you do it, and why you do it, right? So like one example that we used in leadership was like we wanted to throw like a football frenzy, right? We wanted to host a football party
frenzy.
for, yeah, so like it was like a bunch of events where there's like cornhole, so you come before the game, you get to
Oh, okay.
just things like that, right? And you do cornhole, you can do like some just like fair type games, and then that was what we wanted to do. And so how we're going to do it is, like I mentioned, we're going to have this. Are we going to have it paid, not paid? And then guess what happens when we get to the why?
You explode. I don't know.
We just don't have an answer.
Oh.
Well, why are we doing this? Certainly there's always a reason before it. Is because do we just want to have fun? Do we want to bring people together? But then what happens if you create another idea? Is that why going to be the same? So what you need to do is you need to not hone from outside in, you need to go from inside out. So I, as an ASB member and a leadership member, I want to bring students together. How I'm going to do that is we're going to host a football frenzy. And in turn, is what we're going to do is we're going to host a football frenzy that has cornhole, maybe badminton, volleyball, whatever it may be. And so then when we come back to this idea, our why remains the same. I want to bring students together. And maybe that's at a cheap cost. Maybe that's, at no cost at all. And so when that why changes, the what becomes different. Instead of the what becoming different and the why always changing, it's the lens that you view it from. And so we went from what, how, why to flipping it to going from the inside is why are we doing it? So we want to bring students together. How are we going to do that? Let's have a dance. What are we going to do? We're going to do like a Sadie Hawkins dance. We're going to have it free for everyone, right? We're going to have a bunch of party music, DJ, whatever. And we are going to throw a party. We're going to
performing live.
We're the IRL lives from East Valley High School. But then in essence, we are going to do just that. We are going to host a party. And so we want to bring students together. How are we going to do that? Let's host an assembly where we showcase the disabled students of our school, and there is an essence behind that. So our why remains the same constantly. So why am I doing content? How do I show up? And what am I doing to get there? And there was a book, and you kind of mentioned it. It's like when you surround yourself with the right environment, right? Not just from like a behavioral standpoint, but just like from a goal standpoint. There was a book that I read in college that I just, I was in my self-help era. And I read this book called Think and Grow Rich. And every day before practice, I would just read a handful of pages. Like, I was done with a drill. I'd pick it up and, we're just waiting to move. I would just pick it up and start reading. I wouldn't talk to anyone. I just start reading. And I got so enamored by this book by Napoleon Hill. And it basically, there's chapters in it, like most books are. And I think it was like chapter 8. and it was talking about like this mega mind. You need to get into a think tank group, and you've always hear this in business. The business gurus talk about. You might hear it if you've listened to like podcasts where people are talking about the creator economy. It's you
Like
need
the
to surround
nation, like the
yourself with
realest
people
podcast,
like the realest podcast. You need to surround yourself with like-minded people that have a similar or shared goal as you, because you've probably heard, if you've ever listened to any podcast with Mr. Beast in the past 5 years, he's like, yeah, me and my friends used to, and quote, that we would just share each other's knowledge. Like you would post a video, I can learn from it. You post a video, I can learn from it. And I post a video, and then everyone else can learn from it. Whether that's from just an analytical standpoint, what worked, what didn't work, and you all grow together instead of failing each time. Only one of you needs to fail in a way so that all of you guys can grow from that mistake. And so, very similar to the concept of this book, you hear about it a lot in business, especially. Um, and most importantly, business, just because maybe that's what I deal with a lot more than not, or that space. But you think about YouTube, surrounding yourself with like-minded people that share the same goal. And I think the hard part when we talk about the history of the chunk is I don't know if we had that shared collective goal. We just wanted to make content, and
The
like
why wasn't
when we,
there.
yeah, the why wasn't there. There was, I mean, there was a why, it was very soft. It was very malleable.
Soft why, guys. Oh, it's like like the why you draw with the curve. Some people do it with the curve. Some people do it without the curve. That's what it is. Yours had a curve.
Yeah, ours was not as rigid as I would have liked it to be. I mean, but again, that's in hindsight. And I take that knowledge, I take my experience from a content creator, from an owner of the server trying to collect and put a bunch of people on a server together. Everyone does have a different priority. Everyone does have a different why for them. And I mean, there's places now we look at like Rust Kingdom that's going on right now, Cobblemon, No Pixel RP. There's a lot of overlap within creators, but certainly everyone has a different plan. Like some people love role playing, some people love grinding, some people just like playing with their brother, and that's it. Like that's all they want to do. But everyone has a place there, right? But they're big enough to do that. There's a big enough budget, big enough buzz, and they make great content. The role playing, I love watching. Cobblemon being a great server for like people that love Pokemon. But again,
Yeah.
no matter where the place is, the why always remain the same.
Yeah, I will say like content because you talked about like different the different S&Ps. Myself, like because I've talked about the why before, like the why I do it. I just talked about it a couple days ago. Like me starting out with the why. Like okay, I wanna help people. I wanna make people's lives better. And so
Yeah.
it obviously it grew up, and then then it kind of had like an intersection almost of just like oh what's the quote about like opportunity meets the work meets opportunity, whatever is what luck is, right? Whatever the quote is. So it was like, okay, I'm trying to find out how I wanna do this. I want to figure out how I'm gonna execute the why, and then the streaming, right? It's like a bus. Like you're walking down the freeway and a bus comes driving by and it hit me, right? It hit me, and it was like,
I think I have the quote here.
okay. What's the quote?
Apparently, it's by Seneca, an old philosopher. And the quote is, luck is when preparation meets opportunity.
That's it, right? Okay, so
Very
the
similar.
preparations.
Yeah.
So like I'm building up. I'm like, okay, I'm thinking like, okay, I'm crossing the street. I'm thinking why, what or how. Sorry, I'm it's the how.
Yeah.
I have the why. The why was me stepping up on the street. The how is me walking the street, and then the bus comes. Right. That's the opportunity. The bus, it comes and boom, runs me over. It hits me. And I realize, hey, I like. I know it's a really weird analogy. That's the second time.
I'm just visualizing a bus.
Yeah. So I once side tangent. I once for school drew a visual of me getting hit by a bus by one of our teachers.
By
For a
one
project.
of your teachers?
Yes.
That's crazy.
And I edited the photo on like the little stick drawing of the person. Anyways, so
that's funny.
So yeah, so it realized, okay, hey, I love content. I didn't have a why for why I'm making content for that time.
Yeah.
Like when I started, right? It was like 4 years ago. Like after like me and Toon kind of were like, oh yeah, we should stream.
Yeah.
So like I didn't have the why. Like you were talking about. You talked about not having the why. So like, oh, why am I doing this? I started with, oh, I want to stream. I didn't know.
Yeah.
Why did I want to stream? So I stopped streaming. My streams became infrequent. I didn't really make content for that year, 2 years, whatever. And so then, again, the opportunity, the preparation met opportunity. I realized, hey, that's why I can stream. I can stream to meet people, to improve their lives, to help them, to be friends with them. All of this, just like this would be to do good, and just try to just do good by people. And that was like
Yeah.
that's how this started. Well, it's not how it started, it's how it got to where it is, sort of.
And like you mentioned, we mentioned this a lot in track, just because I've been around track for quite some time. I've seen a lot of athletes come through, and there is always a sense of like somebody that's really talented but never puts the work in to reach their max potential. I see this a lot in jumping, just because a lot of people are like really springy, some people are really fast in sprinting, some
Boing,
people are really
boing,
fast in
boing.
distance running, and we see, and I've seen a lot of, there's always a talented athlete, but they never put the work in to meet their talent. And I mentioned um to the guys last season when I was coaching, I said, when motivation runs out, discipline takes over. What you and how you train and what you do, how you show up. I mean, mind you, this is all a sports analogy, working out,
Yeah,
whatnot.
yeah.
You could apply this to a lot of things, of course, but
Yeah.
when motivation runs out, what takes over? Discipline. How you show up. Are you always going to show up 15 minutes early? Are you going to be the first one to practice, last one to leave? Are you going to be someone that, when the thought comes into the back of your head that I could just ease off, or are you going to push through? If you're trained and you're wired and you train like every single time that thought comes back into my head, I'm going to work 10 times harder to overcome it. Then when you're in a race and that happens, guess what happens? You're going to put 10% more to overcome it. And we always, like I mentioned, this is not like an official stat, but 99 times out of 100, it's
Yeah.
a lot of people. Hard work beats talent 99% of the time. And
Yeah.
I've seen it throughout track. I have seen it throughout YouTube. I have seen it, like, I've seen people just start a channel, make a few videos, they do well, and they get, 200 to 500 subscribers, and then nothing. Because there wasn't that discipline, they're talented, right? But they weren't willing to put the work in. And sometimes you look at yourself like, well, maybe I'm just the talented one. Could I be working harder? Could I be doing better? And, leaning into the things that I know, leaning into the things that I know how to do well. And every single time, I've seen it throughout track a ton, cross country, and I've seen it a lot. But if you're willing to put the work in and listen to your coach, as long as they're knowledgeable, you could be a good athlete. You could, yeah, you could be a great athlete. You can succeed in ways that you might have not known prior to that season. And yeah.
We talked about that, and I just mentioned the first day of the chunk earlier. I talked about that. I talked about like, oh, I have all these ideas. Have all this creativity. It's just my execution.
Yeah.
I'm not putting in that work. Like, I have all these quote unquote great ideas, and like I just wouldn't put in the work. And I knew, and this is what I said to you. I knew I needed to put in that work. I just didn't have that motivation. And so again, Coach Hathaway came to my aid, and he was like, okay, you need to be consistent, and I took that to heart. And that's why I've been and this is funny because I heard you talk about like streaming and like pacing yourself on stream before. I don't. It was streams and streams ago, but it was on this season of the chunk. You were telling someone, "Oh, you shouldn't, or you don't stream 8 hours a day every day, because you're gonna get burnt out."
Yes.
Then I look at my last stream since the beginning of the chunk, seeing the 8 hour streams every day, and then it's okay, and it's so weird because like I had because obviously I think somebody might have been in a call with me, and I was about to say, is he calling me out? No, but because like like because you said I need to be consistent, and so in my head I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna treat this like a marathon, right? I'm going to, or like I'm running, right? I'm
Yeah.
not gonna go foot on the gas, go as fast as I can, then tire myself out, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go, I'm gonna start at a good pace, right? And then I'm gonna go faster. I'm gonna go fast for a little bit. I'm gonna slow it down, and that's kind of how I've like treated this. And I said this like this stream after I had reached those goals to hit affiliate. I
Yeah.
was like, okay, guys, this is how it is, right? I've been streaming day after day after day, 8+ hours. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to fall off, but I'm going to make it a more um easy to manage because to
Yeah,
schedule.
digestible.
Yeah, because like obviously I have I don't obviously you could probably tell by like how much I like literally how much I've talked to you through the years about content. I am
Yeah.
passionate about this, but I know I could probably do it like maybe a month. I could probably do it 2 months, 3 months maybe. But 4 months, 5 months, 6 months later, like eventually I'm going to get hit by that fatigue. And
Yeah, it
so
catches up on you
yeah,
for sure.
like you could try running a marathon, but eventually you're gonna need to start walking. And so
Yeah.
it's
Especially if you haven't trained for it before.
exactly. And so
Right.
yeah, so I'm at that point where like I'm making a schedule. I'm like, okay, 3 times a week. Stream 3 times a week plus the weekends. That would be a good good goal because it's easy. It's consumable. You have those days
Yeah.
off. You're not worried constantly about, oh wait, I need to make content.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
yeah, so pacing has definitely been the one main thing I've needed to like, hit into my head besides consistency. It's like, hey, just because I want to stream a bunch doesn't mean it's good to be streaming constantly.
Certainly. And I think just kind of harping on a point, maybe we've been kind of skirting around it,
Yeah,
but I know one of the questions and I guess one of the topics was,
yeah,
you know, streamer advice slash whether that's small, big, whatever, you get another perspective because obviously we look at some of the biggest creators, we feel like they have it all figured out, right? Because they've been able to get there.
yeah,
But the other side of it is what about if you are starting? What about if you are just getting into this? My one big thing, consistency, find your pace, typically stream around 3 hours a day. 3 hours a day is perfect for me. Like it makes sure that I still have something else to do the next day. Make sure that I'm can kind of prolong a few things, of course, so I still have things to do. The other side of it is that it doesn't fatigue me where I'm not doing like a 6 to 7 hour stream and I'm just exhausted the next day. I have other things that I got to do. I don't make a full time wage, or I say wage, like, I'm hired, but I don't get a full time pay from this. So I do need to find other ways to make money to support what I'm doing. The other side of it is, again, finding that consistency. If is that just 2 hours? Is that just like an hour? You're just showing up an hour, right? 3 hours works for me. It's enough that I can get everything done and still have a little extra. The other side of it is communication. This is maybe I wouldn't say that this is super overlooked. I just don't know if it's as effective as other people would typically make it if they were starting. Make a Discord, have an account where people can just tune in and tap in with you. Um, my DMs are always open. I see my DMs when they come through. And, if somebody has a question on Instagram, great. You message me on Instagram. You share stuff with me on Instagram. Like I
yeah,
see them, right? There are just ways that you could just communicate. Discord servers, great. Put some time in to make it. The other side of it, scheduling and communication consistent, they're all kind of the same thing. But the one main thing is there was some advice that I don't remember who told me this, but I was watching a video and they mentioned like your streams right now should be what it's like if you had your goal viewer number. Is that 300
yeah.
people? Is that 400 people? Mind you, most people probably start at zero. I've always advised people like if there's a self promo platform that some people have on their Discords, like just post in there.
Nature
They have
Discord.
it for a reason. Like it is a tool to use. Videos are a little different just because they can kind of kill your video because they technically get an impression. Um, or hypothetically they get an impression, but I've always seen videos die by sharing them on Discord, especially if they're just people that aren't fans of you. The other side of it, especially streaming wise, is again, like I'm streaming as if I have 1,000 people watching. Like I am streaming as if there is that amount of people, and that comes from, all the chat mods, all the, moderation to the channel points to how I show up and even what's the other side of it, my alerts and just how my stream looks. I think sometimes people can get a little over uh not bearing, but over, not jarring, but it just kind of cluttered, or it can be kind of hard to watch. Sometimes, and this is just me, sometimes by putting effort into something that maybe hold on.
He's dying.
Okay.
Okay, guys, I'm taking over the channel.
I'm passing on all of my channels to Mars.
Guys, you heard that. You heard that, guys. You heard that.
It's on my will.
Time to go to Spokane, Washington, and assassinate Jared
Start
Hathaway.
streaming. Oh God, no! I'll do that myself.
Oh jeez.
Hold on. There we go.
Okay, you good? You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I was biting my nails, and there was a nail in the back of my throat.
Oh, you're nervous, huh? That's because you're on such a great podcast.
Right. Yeah. I'm on the Chunk podcast. I don't know how to act. I don't know what to do with myself when I'm not talking.
You finally
I talk
made it.
because I feel comfortable.
You finally made it.
This is what happens. Everyone starts choking on their nails.
Yeah.
But the one thing is sometimes I see people just have overlays that don't necessarily feel professional or don't feel like they have a certain use as much as, everyone always wants overlays. We see other people with overlays. We want overlays. My thought process, keep it as bare bones as possible. If you want a more professional look, then wait until you can actually do that. I have a skill set learning Photoshop and After Effects that I can make things look somewhat professional through alerts, through other things, right? Sometimes, like if I just save up $35, I could buy something to get me to there, without having to learn all this process at this current moment. So, my stingers, my chat, my webcam, I keep it as simple as possible.
Yeah, I've got like 3 things. I've got I've got the actual game capture. I've got the sound alerts, which is for like the raids and follows.
Right.
Then I have the chat.
Right.
That's all I've got.
Yeah. And sometimes I just see people that have almost too much. And again, it all comes to your why. It all comes down to your why. Like if this is the environment that you want to put yourself in, great. I'm not going to take that away from anyone. But there is a side where sometimes you see a consistent pattern where people that do have a lower view count, is there a reason behind it? Because when somebody comes into the stream and it looks a little unprofessional or it looks like there's too much going on. And again, if you do good work, good people or good work will find you in this case, right?
Yeah.
And so I look at a lot of streams and a lot of them are pretty simple. And I try and copy them. I try and emulate what they had or ideas that I had. Shroud's been a big person that I've always looked at because he just wants to play and streaming is just easy for him. But his production's definitely ramped up. And I look at someone like Foosley where it's just like a webcam in her chat and that's literally about it.
Yeah.
And so those would be my advice to any smaller streamer. Just show up, just be consistent. You need to have a goal in mind though. You can't just wander. And I think you mentioned it earlier where when you were streaming a few years ago, there was no goal. You just wanted to stream. And the other side of that, I was in a call with this sounds crazy. It's through Creator Now, so I can't really say I'm in a call.
Is this still going on, by the way, Creator Now?
I don't think so, but the company kind of merged with vidIQ. So there might be some semblance of it. Mind you, this is 4 years later.
Yeah.
But I was in a call with the CEO of Patreon, Jack Conti.
Oh shit.
And sounds crazy, right?
Yeah.
And he had mentioned sometimes you just need to wander. Sometimes you just need to wander and find what you like, find how you want to show up, and sometimes you just need to wander. Because if you don't wander, then you don't know what's out there because you sometimes just can confine yourself into this one thing. And, IRL streaming was like huge for me. Like I did not want to do that, but I found a way to do it in a way that I enjoyed it through a track meet, through going to Hoop Fest and watching games. That to me was exciting for me. How other people IRL stream is not typically how I would IRL stream, where I'm just walking down the street and, going to go eat something or maybe causing a little bit of mayhem. You never know.
Stealing people's doors in real life.
Right. The one thing for me is see how you can see something from the other side, something that you might not try. Fashion is not like beauty is not like a way that it's not like a topic that I talk about. It's not like my interest,
Darn,
right?
I was hoping for the Jared Hathaway fashion show.
Right. But I can take ideas from what other people have done and use them in my own creative way and find what that looks like for you. If you're watching your content creator, find what that looks like for you because I've had so many things that I've said, nah, I don't really want to do. But how can I open that door into something that I like within the same means, right? Sometimes it's looking at it as IRL streaming as a whole. It's not how you show up that's the same. That will be different. How you show up and what you do is going to be different, but your why remains the same, you know? And this is something new. This is experimental for me. This is something that, and again, that little communication, this is new for me. I was a part of, the crowd that's like, all these IRL streamers are just like annoying and they're, they're rowdy. And it's just like, this is like, I can't watch this because this is just not what I want to watch because it is that way. But how can I make something that's bad that I view as negative into a new light that is watchable for people that maybe don't want to watch just like extreme stuff happening all the time or where there's just chaos and a bunch of mics going off, How do I make it to where this is something that I would watch? And there is something that, the other side of it is with your why and the content that you make and what you do and everything like that. The one thing is, if I were a viewer, I would hope that I am super passionate about watching, in this case, my content. If I were a viewer, I would need to, in a way, be passionate about the videos that I'm making. Like I would watch it, And that sometimes can give you a idea of how to make it, what to make, and things like that. Oh no.
I don't.
We're looking at the chats too.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I'm half tempted to just turn the chat off during this, but also it gives like a funny like people like eventually like look at the chat and be like, what is going on?
Yeah.
So because I want that authentic feeling of the chunk.
Yeah.
And you mentioned like IRL streamers and the rowdiness thing. That's still something that goes on. You got people like Neon, Jack Doherty. I guess I haven't watched them in the past few months, but they're kind of iconic for this. And that's one thing. A part of not the why itself, but like how.
Oh, sorry, I clicked. My bad.
Anyways, so, like
cleaning my mouse as you're talking.
Anyways, let me just toss that over.
Thanks.
Yeah, so like
thanks.
Like about like how I'm gonna go about the streaming, right? Because like you'll see some people who get famous off of like being a character, sort of like you'll see
sure.
like
yeah.
Neon.
Sensational. Yeah.
And so I wanted to be my whole thing, like, because a part of like why I'm doing this is the people, is I want to be relatable. I want to be authentic. I want to be myself. And like I've had this conversation again just a couple days ago about the why and like all that stuff. And like I want to like, because like I am a person who didn't have much community in real life as I was younger. So online kind of was that community because I was different than most of the other kids. And so I want to get that little like safe community that like I think a feeling of like being respected and being safe to be yourself. And by doing that, I want to be authentic. I want to be myself. I want to be open about things because like I will be very like open to people about my streams, about myself, about all of this stuff. And it's because I want to build this community that knows that they are seeing the real me and not this character and not this fake person. Of course, I play it up on streams a little bit, but it's more of like a flanderization, like more of like a magnifying version of me, a louder version of me. But I see your stuff, and we talked about you going from Joru to Jared Hathaway. You've also been a person who shares a lot about themselves. Like you talk about you're from Spokane, Washington. You've obviously shared your full name. You shared
my address.
What?
Like,
I'm sorry. What?
no.
I was about to say, like, what? When did this happen? Guys, go to this address. Just pretend like there's numbers. But it's like what made you personally be so open about your who you are and like this about your life and all of this stuff?
Yeah, that's a great question. Because I think when I was beginning YouTube back in 2014 and making GTA 5 videos on my iPad, on the family iPad, and it took 36 hours to upload my first video. There was a sense like when I was watching Casey Neistat and watching Roman Atwood, and I was watching like vloggers back in that era as I was growing up, I started making my own vlogs. I do what was called a Sunday vlog. And every Sunday I would upload a vlog for whatever week that was. And if I missed a few weeks, then it would be like weeks 5 through 9. It'd be like, this is what happened. But I think I've always been that way. I mean, sometimes you realize like, oh man, like maybe I should not record outside of my house because that's,
or outside of somebody else's house.
Up!
SS Sniper Wolf.
Right. And yeah, those things, you look back and you're like, oh, maybe not. But there is a sense that, I think I've always kind of been that way. There hasn't been a sense of like me playing a character or anything. Even like you mentioned when you joined into the stream, there's marbles on stream. And the big thing is that personality was what led it. And there wasn't any difference in alignment from who I was on camera to who I was off camera. Mind you, the things that I do are a little different, but who I am and what I believe in and how I'm, presenting myself are very much the exact same.
Yeah.
And so throughout the years of making content, and obviously, maybe I might be getting a little off track of like the question, but just in general, like as a personality, like sure, everything's a little heightened. I again, when we're talking about pacing ourselves, like I can't just be doing this for like 7-8 hours where I'm just like, it's a lot. It can be a lot, right? But sharing a part of my life, I think that kind of makes me human in a way, because not that I've ever thought about it where like I see people and I'm like, I wonder what do they do? Like what are their, it's not like something that I've ever thought about, but surely it is questions. You're like, oh, what is so-and-so's ethnicity? Like, I'm just curious, right? And, a lot of people sometimes just like will be like, are you Markiplier's son, or are you Asian? Like, and like my friend, I went to his wedding reception the other day, and he was like, wait, so you mean to tell me you're not Asian? I was like, yeah, I'm not Asian. And he's like, bro, I've known you for 4 years and I thought you were Asian, dude, like this entire time. And, just like even those FAQ questions and what I share of like, I think it does make me human in a way. So you're not like joining the stream and being like, Jared, what do you have to share today? Yeah, it's like, it's kind of that for me. And I've always been that way of sharing, like, this is what's going on. Luckily, I don't have any college anymore, so that kind of is gone.
Also, real quick, since he just joined, word association Sunken, go.
The drink, Sunkiss.
Sunkiss. Oh, okay. Yeah. I like Sunkiss.
Yeah. I saw him just join too.
Yeah. Okay. So, I guess like for me personally, it's like I'm not afraid to share my experience, like on stream at least, to share my experiences, to share like what I'm up to, but like there's certain information that I personally don't share, and that's for the same way for a lot of streamers, like where I'm from or what my real name is. Because guess what, guys, my name is not Neutron Mars. Legally changing
it's
it,
Jupiter.
guys. Yeah, you caught me. It's Pluto. Actually, I am.
You are Pluto. It's Pluto
Yep.
Adam.
I'm putting my wig off. That guy that's been me the entire time. I'm Pluto.
Yeah.
No, but it's like
Scooby Doo mask it.
it's just different people have different things. Like,
Yeah, different preferences to what they share. I certainly agree with that.
Yeah.
Like, some people don't really share outside their house. I mean, understand for their protection. I don't think I necessarily have an audience that would like look up that type of stuff.
I'm actually going to watch
like,
every one of your videos so I can find your house address now.
I'm sure it's possible, and
Nobody
Sure,
do that,
there's
by the
always-
way.
there-
Nobody do that, by
there's-
the way.
yeah, there's always a risk behind stuff like that too, especially in the creator space. I've had very public relationships. I mean, not that my significant other or my girlfriend at the time would have been like a content creator or anything, but there was a
nice
sense
there.
that like, yeah, there was like a sense that the people, like the viewers of mine, the nationers, know a little bit about them. But I do limit one where they work,
Yeah.
just so like people aren't looking up where they work. Because if I say that they work at a McDonald's here in Spokane, yeah, there's only a limited amount of McDonald's that you could
It's
choose
like,
from,
I'm
right?
going to every Spokane Spokane McDonald's to find Jared Hathaway's girlfriend.
Yeah, and those things, it does scare you because we obviously live in America. These things can happen. But again, I don't think I harbor an audience that, is that extreme where it's just like, somebody's going to make a video like traveling to Spokane to go knock on Jared Hathaway's door,
Yeah.
Like,
Nope,
I'm sure like
I'm actually doing that right now, road trip right now.
right, you're on an Uber right now. Did I just say turn left
Yeah.
on I-90? Is that what I just heard? I-90? Turn left onto I-90, merge in 90 feet. Okay. All right.
So okay. One thing you did talk about, and we've talked about other like a few of these things, but like motivation, pacing, just one thing. Like obviously, one thing we've talked about: streaming is not normally a full-time job, but a lot of one issue, and this is something that kind of people are kind of been more outspoken of throughout the years, is the mental health side of Twitch streaming, because although obviously it's not as, I think I talked about it with, I've talked about this a bit with Eriku. Obviously it's not an actual, like it's not like laboring like an actual job.
Right,
it can
right.
take a lot of the a mental toll, because like as you talked about, your community isn't like trying to find your address, but as you get like bigger and have a wider audience, you have these people who are like especially if you're like a faceless, let's say like I'm faceless streamer.
Yeah.
Ignore the photo of me from last season. I'm not Rambo Jared. No, it's like you'll have like,
my apologies.
Yeah, we'll have people calling you out officially. No, we'll have these people who are like, oh yeah, like it happened with like Dream or like Corpse Husband. Like, oh, what's your face? Trying to find their face. Or,
right.
Like we have people who are trying to find people's addresses, or like people who are sending hate for no reason or for little reason, and it is just, mental health is such an important thing in the creator space, because it's, again, like it's not like a job. It's mostly just sitting in a computer. So it's like it's not
But
like
you certainly do see people affected by it.
Yeah, and it's not like you can get physically injured, but there's so much emotional toll that can be taken with, especially as you're bigger.
Yeah, I think that, so one thing, I don't really talk about mental health. It's not like a important that's necessarily like I need to touch on. There are a lot of people that definitely know more about me that you're not, this is me. Yeah. As a streamer, I stream to stream. I'm sure part of it is a little escapism for anyone viewing. Part of it is also like just background noise. Other sides of it is like, I want to know what's going on in that day. I am not an expert. I should not be the one to try to tell you how to act or how to resolve those problems or those issues that are nagging you. It is not the reason I stream, right? I would love to help in any which way that I can, but I cannot fix that problem, right? That comes from within. I am a very individualistic person. your problems probably stem from something, right? And so you mentioned Dream, you mentioned Corpse Husband, obviously you mentioned a lot of these faceless YouTubers for the time.
I guess
People
yeah, Dream did have
begin,
a face reveal. I forgot about that.
yeah, at the time when he was not revealed, there are expectations that people do have, and sometimes when people don't necessarily make the or meet those expectations, people do kind of feel let down because whether they have a social relationship with them, um, or maybe they just have that expectation. Like to me, like Dream's face reveal is like I've watched a few Dream videos. Like it doesn't really mean much to me, you know. Like
Yeah.
I can understand why people had the reaction that they did, whether that was the video or just what he looks like.
I'm just
I
thinking
can
of
understand
a clip
by
of
it.
it. Yeah, I'm just thinking of a clip of the Dream face reveal. This guy who makes music, CG5. He's like
Yeah.
his hands were all on his face, like, oh my god, it's Dream.
Yeah, and some people do harbor a sense of bond over one thing, and there is learn this a lot in diss tracks actually. But when you tell everyone what you've gone through, it's hard for anyone to have ammunition against you, right? Like if I had like a chopped haircut and I was like open and I was like, yo, bro, this haircut's bad,
Yeah.
you know? But if somebody said like, yo, bro, your haircut's bad, I'm like, you know what? Like you're right. You know, sometimes just agreeing with them not necessarily validates what they're saying, but it diminishes the harmfulness of it sometimes. And I've learned that a lot over the course of years because, yeah, I was a very sensitive person. When one thing went wrong, or we'd have like the Banana Boys running up on me in Fortnite customs, it's frustrating. It's annoying because it
I
takes
didn't
away
realize
from
that.
that
Okay.
experience, right? And you know, there's a part of me that would look back at that and be like, you know what, just lean into it, Jared. Like, just lean into it, you know, and not necessarily. It, I think most of my mental battles happens more with women than not. Um, and you know, like I mentioned, I've been public with my relationships. Me and my ex girlfriend had broken up in January. I didn't tell anyone until August, and so
I'm finding out about this now, by the way.
yeah. And so those things in general, you learn and you adapt. You have to be very adaptable, I think, as a content creator. There are people that are going to be very opinion based and they're going to be very vocal about what they think. And sometimes it's not about diminishing what they're saying, but it is finding the root cause to why that thing and what they're saying is hurting you. You know, the classic saying, hurt people, right?
Yeah,
Whether
yeah.
that is through a more violent way or whether that is through a emotional triggering situation, right? Hurt people do hurt people. That is a very common phrase, and it's common for a reason because it is true in a way. And so, for me, the one main thing is it's not about taking away or diminishing their words. For me, and how I've dealt with a lot of these things, whether that is people coming through TikTok and saying some crazy words, but it is what does this mean to me? If I think my smile's nice and somebody says that it doesn't look nice, why would I believe what they have to say?
He has a great smile, by the way, guys. Amazing smile.
Thank you. I have
Yeah.
a little chipped tooth because I bite my nails a lot. But uh, but the one main thing is things that I value, the only opinions that matter to me are myself, my loved ones, and maybe my friends. And so if I really like the shirt that I have and some random person, you know, that joins the stream is like, what are you even wearing? You know, to me, and it comes through practice, it comes through those reps of almost like rejection therapy, or it comes in the terms of just the reps. Like, I realize that your words probably are meant to hurt me, or though your opinion in this way is hurtful, intention or not, it might just come off that way. You know, be like, man, I should have wore another shirt today. You know, I should. You're right. You're right. I should have wore another shirt today. If they continue that line of pattern, it's easy to just ban them or time them out, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes people that are hurting are living in a fishbowl. A fish can't escape a fishbowl. But
That
sometimes
is
if a
true.
fish were to live in the ocean, right, they can just go wander off somewhere else. They could go to a different environment, an environment that harbors whatever they believe, with whatever makes them happy. And so if you can, and I think mentally, if you hold a lot of weight to things that are out of your control, what goes on in the brain typically is not good. If I hold a lot of my happiness with how many people watch me on stream, because that used to happen a lot. You know, like I'd play a different game that say it is Rocket League, and my viewers go from 8 viewers to 3 viewers. Like it's not really fun to just be streaming. But again, if you find your why, if you can narrow that down, like why am I playing this? Why am I doing what I'm doing? Is Rocket League the game that I should be playing? Okay, if it is, then I believe in it. Marvel Rivals was that. I was like, you know, Marvel Rivals isn't harboring that many viewers, you know, like the Minecraft streams do. But I was like, I like this game. I think we can learn from it. People ended up downloading it. We can play with the viewers, we can
I
play with
love
the
Marvel
nationers, and we
Rivals.
could
It's
have
great.
fun games. And the one main thing that was, you know, you learn as you go, and you have to be very open to analyzing the situation. If someone is not, or if someone or something is not bringing you happiness, is it my own doing or is it an external factor? And that to me has really helped me in terms of just keeping a good, healthy mental, you know, streaming 3 hours a day, getting a little bit of this done, not beating myself up for not working, you know, 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. It's fine to get your rest, get your sleep, because that's how you maintain your consistency. So you don't burn out when your sleep is catching up, when there's a day that's like, oh, goody, that is a lot, right?
Oh,
And so,
goody.
oh, goody. So there is a sense of responsibility on yourself to figure out what that is. Some people do find therapy. Some people just need someone to talk to. Some people are harvesting and breeding an environment that is toxic, that is not good. And sometimes you just have to look at what you want. And the one thing, after I was in a car crash in December, and that really changed my life because, like, I mean, yeah, it was a T-bone, but you know, you're going 50 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I've never been in a crash that fast. I've been in like a fender bender
Yeah,
before.
me
Or I've
too.
been in, you know, like a little, you know, parking lot, like little, you know, we're both backing out at the same time on graduation night. And that happens and whatnot. But then the one main thing is that, you know, I did go unconscious. At the time, I didn't think I did. I did. And you wake up and obviously there's a whole bunch of airbags, you know, your car steaming, but you have no idea. Like, if that were to happen, you just have no idea if you're going to make it out. I mean, you hope that it never happens to like test it out. But there was a sense of revelation, from a religious standpoint, from uh, just like what this life means, because it could have been gone like that. Because it could have just, like, everything that I worked for, everything that I've done, you know, sure, if I died, there's people to, you know, tell that story. But if I'm not here to do that, then who is? But since I'm here, I have the opportunity to go do that. I have the opportunity to go tell my story and do what I want to do. And for me, it's brought me closer to God. It's brought me closer to my religious path and my walk. And sometimes it is just a tragic moment. Sometimes it is just a slow burn, and it's just a change in heart, it's a change in behavior, it's a change in environment. And other times, again, the opposite effect is people are literally living in it. And sometimes they don't see the tunnel. Sometimes they're in this dark cave and it's a maze and you're going through all these different paths, but it continues to lead you back right to the center. And it can be exhausting. And I hope that people, whether listening or, you know, again, extended off from anyone listening, can learn that we do kind of get one life. We get one shot at this. And there is a sense of responsibility to fix our own problems. And whether that is seeking advice from God, reading the Bible, whether that is, you know, seeing each other from another point of view. There was obviously an event that happened pretty recently that got really polarizing politically, whatnot. And there was something that I was watching this person, this lady talk about, and she was like, we people that disagree with you, we always view their ideas and their beliefs as wrong. It's not wrong. It's a competing idea. What they believe is contrast to what you believe. Does not inherently make what they believe is wrong. In an extreme way, right? Some people believe that the earth is flat, right? This is a very soft layup, but it's kind of extreme. Some people believe that the earth is flat.
They are right. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking.
And for the most part, we've learned that it's a globe, it's a sphere for the most part, right? We don't live on a flat, ice-walled, earth. Now, inherently, they probably are wrong. They're just probably explicitly wrong, right? Some people believe that the moon landing was fake. This thing that we did in 1969 it just didn't happen.
No. Hoover did
And
it.
so, and again, are people wrong to believe that? No. But I'm going to say that they're wrong because I have a competing idea. Now, yes, some things you could just naturally disprove, something like those things. But the other side of it is when you get into the nuancy political sphere, it's not that. And again, when we talk about empathy and we talk about sympathy, empathy is that I've been through that experience. I can see what you're going through. Sympathy is that I don't know what you've gone through, but I'm here for you. I want to see you and I want to hear you out. Those are two different things, but they're very much along the same lines. Empathy, I've gone through it. Sympathy, I see what you're going through. And as a streamer, when I see a lot of these people, or just a lot of creators, whether they burn out, whether they, I get to see, I always learn a lot more from people's mistakes than my own. And whether that is from like drinking, whether that is from doing drugs in high school, whether that is from, maybe it is just the environment that they grew up in. And a part of that, and again, when we talk about streaming and mental health, it's not necessarily a super important thing for me, but it's something that I can realize and something that I can see. I've been depressed. I've been at a time where I did not want to be on this planet. And there's a time, sometimes you just move through it and you get through it. And I've realized that this life is very precious. I realized what I can do on this planet and this impact that I could have is greater than myself. And sometimes you do carry a heavier weight on your shoulders because of sometimes those things. But if I wasn't able to carry that weight, then I would vocalize that I'm not able to carry that weight and I would pivot. I would change. There's a famous Kendrick Lamar quote after his To Pimp a Butterfly or Good Kid, Mad City album. There was a interview that he did, I believe, with Apple Music or a radio show. And, somebody mentioned, do you find yourself to be along the lines of like someone like Martin Luther King, someone like Malcolm X, someone that even Rosa Parks, someone in the civil rights movement, which a lot of the conversations about those few albums were about Black America, the life of someone in Compton, right? Is it a system or is it just an environment? And in a way, he was like, I don't think I'm up there with them yet, but if I get there, I'm willing to carry the load. I'm willing to carry the weight that brings, right? And that harbors. And to everyone's expectation, he makes Damn his, third studio album. And, he makes the Black Panther. He's, the guy on the soundtrack makes that album. But then he just kind of disappears for 5 years. And everyone's like, man, we went through Black Lives Matter. We went through this big time, especially in Black America. Where is the guy that said he would be the one leading us, right? And then he drops this album called Miss Him Around the Big Steppers. And it goes through basically his struggle with sex addiction and his struggle with infidelity. And at a time, the unfortunate part is that the time that he was doing that was at a time that these things that he said that he would be able to carry and harbor was the same time that he needed to go find himself, that he needed to go be a better person. And on the back end of it, he would become a better father. He'd become a better partner. He would become a better person because of the transformation that he had gone through. And sometimes people are willing to carry the weight, some people are not. And when it comes to fame, sometimes there was one thing that somebody said it not long ago. Somebody's like, if you were to take the fame or the money, which one would you take? And somebody said the money. Somebody just said like flat out the money. Like the fame is great, but it comes with a lot of things that I would not want anyone else to go through. And mind you, streamers aren't like the biggest person on the planet. We're not like people in movies, but
I mean, some of them are in movies now.
yeah, certainly. But there is a sense that, you know, a responsibility to ask yourself what you do want in this life, what you want to do, and I'm doing exactly what I want to do right now. So, and
Yeah.
that's sitting in a spruce chair
Yeah,
on the
that's
chunk
great.
cast.
I will say, and I don't want to, and I don't want to divulge too much into this because honestly, I don't think I could add too much to what you have to say besides giving my own experience. And I have known from personal experience sometimes when you're at that moment where you can't carry your own stuff, that is when you carry a bunch more that you can't carry. Like you carry a bunch of other stuff so you don't have to think about carrying the stuff that you already have. And actually in the community sort of there has been like sometimes it's like sometimes it is the community. Sometimes it's not just like outside of circumstances that you can control or something like that. Ace Woman, who was on the chunk, she left the community. She left the Minecraft community because for a woman at the time it was such a toxic place, and it can still be a toxic place. It can be a toxic place for a lot of people, and just sometimes it's just you have to what you were saying about like stepping away. Sometimes you have to just step away. That was right for her at the time, and just I think that is a great example because it is something close to us.
Yeah, and I think even to its own, like, you know, you look back at things and, you know, someone like Ace Woman, who was really the only woman for a while on the Chunk SMP OG unit,
Yeah.
and you know, I don't look at it any differently. That's like she's the only woman, right? Some people are going to be like, "Wow, why is there only one woman on the Chunk SMP?" Well, hey, there's only one woman that applied.
Yeah.
And you know, there's always reasons behind things, and whether you know her decision to leave was the best for her at that moment. Maybe you know I look at that differently. Other people look at that differently. It is the best choice for her, and you know, as a streamer, especially with the TikTok side of things, TikTok can be a little bit more vocal about what they believe, and they're very vocal because the chat itself is very untrained and they're not conditioned to what the environment that this stream is and that this in a way this stream is. They don't know what it's like, you know, and obviously as you get more and more people, people tend to understand what that looks like and whatnot. And so, you know, again, sometimes it's like, oh, I'm just going to ban that person. I'm going to ban this person, you know, like, sorry if I have to ban all 10 of you guys, but you're all being wingbats. And,
Yeah.
or is
Okay.
it
Yeah.
dingbats? It's dingbats. Yeah, dingbats.
I
That's it.
can't say that I know what you're talking about, but yeah.
No, you're okay. It's an expression that my mom always used. You know, like somebody on like, you know, somebody that doesn't use their blinker is like a dingbat.
Oh.
I hope that's not like a slur. I don't think it's a slur. I mean,
I don't know.
dingbat. No, a stupid eccentric person. Yeah.
I love how like you were saying, I hope it's not a slur, then proceeds to say it again.
Oh, it is technically derogatory, but it's informal. But it's not towards any. It's not. No,
Yeah, no, it's fine.
not. It's not towards like any
Specific group of
collective group. Yeah, it's just idiots.
It's just it's just idiots. No, yeah,
It's
I
just
get what
idiots,
you're
which is
saying.
already subjective.
Yeah.
You dingbats.
All of you dingbats out there. And I will say to like to the whole Ace being the only woman for a time, just streaming in general for some reason has been a male dominated thing for some reason. Like there's so many great women in streaming. Like you've talked about Fusel a little bit ago. You know, there's a bunch of big names like Pokimane, like I hate to even bring up this name Amaranth. Um Like there's
Oh, yeah.
yeah, it's like there's so many great women in streaming, but the problem is there's so few and far between. Again, that's not because of that's not because there aren't a bunch of great ones. It's just for some reason. Thank you, dog, for thank you that. For some reason, it's just been a male dominated society or a male dominated community, and it just like the workforce. And then again, there's like comparisons to the workforce and Twitch streaming, but women had to kind of be like, hey, we're getting treated terribly just because we're women, and it's like it's still not equal, even if it's more equal, and it's just unfortunate.
Certainly, there's a conversation to have, whether it is
Maybe
equity
with a woman
or
and not JaredHathaway.
yeah, that's true. But there is certainly a conversation to have, whether it is equity or equality, because those are two different things. One is equal opportunity, and one is equal representation. And that sometimes, you look at the construction field, right? Like that as an industry that is completely like male dominated, right? So is it equality or is it equity? And that's a conversation to have, because like I love watching the WNBA. Like I love basketball. I love the NBA. I love the WNBA.
Yeah, I heard the NBA is like the WNBA, but with dudes.
Right. Yeah, for dudes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the NBA has had a huge amount of success. It's had a great amount of success for years on years. It's had 75 plus actual years of being an organization and an association, right? And for the WNBA, it's been around since like the mid to late 90s. And so it's had a shorter tenor, but then also it obviously hasn't had and reached the sure amount of viewership. And is whose fault is that? And there's always that conversation. It's like, well, this is like a man's fault, right? Or, I mean, the population on the earth is pretty 50-50. So it's
slightly slanted towards women, if I am
yes.
correct.
And I think that's what I've seen too. And so, that conversation to have is like, well, the WNBA. It's more women than dudes, and I still can't get a girlfriend. That's funny. But yeah, even something like that, like something that I'm very tapped into, and they're going through a CBA right now where they're trying to get equal revenue share. They obviously don't make as much money as the NBA from a year to year annual revenue, but they're asking for equal revenue share, which is about 20%, or excuse me, I think it's about 9%. They're asking for about 50, which I think is very fair to ask for. But in terms of that, the public doesn't perceive what they're asking because, one, the product is a little worse at times than the NBA, because that's really the only thing that you can compare to, or something like Euro basketball or just other professional leagues in different countries. But, we as an American society, there was something 5 to 6 years ago. It's kind of semi still going on, but was the USA women's national team, which by far is the better team, the more successful team than the men's team. And so the one hard part is where the money follows is typically where the money follows. Where the audience is where the money follows. And so let's say if the women's team and the men's team both drew 5 million people watching every single game, or like a World Cup game, whatever, right?
Yes.
And they were, yeah, sorry, I'm trying to think here, where they have the same amount of people watching, they started at the exact same time, and these advertisers, let's say, just had a budget to split between the two, right? The only difference is just the quality of play, right? That'd be the only difference. But regardless of how good or bad either team is, no matter if they win or lose, people still watch. Then yes, they would earn the same amount of money, right? Because that's right. But if I'm not wrong, even though the women's team is definitely better, more decorated, has won a lot more, the men's team is definitely where the eyes lie. People are watching the men's side of soccer, aka football, more than the women's side. And so it becomes this disparity where, again, it is where the audience is versus where the success is. Because, yeah, I'm sure there's probably some kid in Brazil that's probably the freaking goat of football, and we may not ever know it, right? But guess what? If he's probably the best player that someone's ever seen and they're not on a team, The hard part is then they make no money, right? Theoretically. But if they were to sign to a team, they start to earn money because of their talents, because the eyes on them are, ever growing. And I hope that for something like that, we can learn from what the WNBA is. And the hard part is when people ask for something that they want, most people probably look at it as very needy, right? Most people probably look at it as very, just greedy, maybe not greedy, but just needy, right? We want this because we think this is unfair, right? And so people are always going to compare it to like another league. They're going to compare it to the other things that they can watch, right? Like if the WNBA and the NBA had the season at the exact same time, there's a good chunk of people that probably just watched the NBA,
Yeah.
right? It's just true. And regardless of what the 50 split man or woman is, most people would probably choose the NBA. And now I'm speaking more or less from my experience in viewing. But if they were happening at the same time, they had all 82 games, most people would probably choose that because you can't watch multiple games at a time, theoretically. I mean, you can nowadays, but yeah. I got two TVs, one for the dub and one for the girls and one for the boys.
Yeah. So one for men's, one for women's. Yeah.
Yeah. Woo.
Dropping bars.
So yeah, there's always conversations to have, and I mean, we talk about the female streaming population. It is definitely a male dominated space. Is that because like viewers have kind of driven out a lot of the women in the space? Do women not want to be streamers as often as guys? There's a lot in society that comes with that. Most of the fashion industry is woman led, right? There are guys that definitely have a place in the fashion industry, right? And you can get into the nuance of every little industry, the pay that everyone has. But in essence, especially streaming, if most of the population, or most of the viewers are guys and they want to watch a girl, there's a reason. Amaranth obviously has a lot of viewers because
there's definitely a reason.
There's a reason behind that, right? Because the people watching want to watch a specific thing. I love watching Fuslie. I love watching her role play in Rust and in Cobblemon. My sister loved watching Fuslie. My sister loves watching Jess, a old a Viner from back in the day. And there's a lot of nuance to those things, social habits, and how someone acts on one stream is going to be completely different than how someone acts on a different stream. And again, comes with conditioning too, I think, and harboring the audience that you kind of want. And that comes through kind of brute force a lot of the times, in my opinion.
Yeah. I think one last thing, because I will say this, I expected this to go along, but I didn't realize how long it would go, because it's just, there's so much to say about so many topics. So for the last thing I want to talk about with streaming, at least, is like what you've been up to recently outside of Minecraft. There's been a few different streams, or like bigger streams, one-off streams that you've been doing. Like recently you did a stream that was getting 100 levels in Fortnite in one stream, which I was a big part of. If you guys watch the VOD, you'll see I carried him.
Carried me to level 100.
And then
I needed it.
Yeah. Then there's also your Red Dead stream where you 100% that was in a few streams. I don't know, right? I don't know how many streams
that was 4 streams.
Okay. So like is that something people can expect to see more of? These like challenge streams?
Yes, absolutely. This is something that I've loved doing. The one hard part is like, that first time you do it, whether that is like the Hogwarts Legacy 100% from a few years ago. Yeah. And it is kind of hard because it's a different game and it's like, oh man, like what is that? What are you playing it for? I played it originally because I wanted to do the, what do you call it? The campaign or so, the main storyline.
Yeah.
But then I started, I was like, man, like they have like a percent thing in Hogwarts and I just ended up playing it. And I was like, man, I think I could actually finish this game. And I did. And the one thing about it, and doing these challenge contents, you could definitely expect to see those more on stream, especially with more big titles like Cyberpunk 27 or 2077. There's also Red Dead Redemption 2 that I want to do, GTA 5 before GTA 6 comes out. And so one of those big things is, again, that challenge content where, and again, my why. And when I'm doing these long streams, the Fortnite one was 12 plus hours, 12 hours and 18 minutes. There was the Red Dead Redemptions where I was like, okay, it's going to take about 48 hours to complete. So I'm going to do 5 10-hour streams so we could get this done within a week. And I had a whole plan up for it. I set it up, and that was what exactly I wanted to do. And the one thing is that, again, when I'm doing these monotonous things and these very tedious things, and in a way, like some people would probably do it, there's other people on this planet that would do this, but I always feel like I want to do it the best. Like, this is a goal that I have, and I'm very goal set. I have a goal mindset, or a growth mindset, where I always want to grow. My goals lead my desires. And in high school, like in track, when I was doing track, I wanted to become a state champion. And before that, I wanted to go break the freshman triple jump record, which is 40 feet exactly. I broke it on my first jump. And then I wanted to go win districts. I won districts as a freshman in the triple jump. But then the other side of it was, where do I go from there? All my goals are accomplished. I want to go win a state title. And that was a goal for a handful of years until I actually was a senior. And, you go throughout the season and you win a state title. I'm very goal oriented. And so when I was playing Red Dead Redemption, it's like, wow, this is 5 10-hour streams. Like, I'm streaming for 50 hours this week, just in theory. It's a long time. The other side of it is that I had the goal in mind of 100%ing this game. And I think a lot of this stems from playing World of Warcraft as a kid, because World of Warcraft is a very slow MMORPG type of game where you're having to just walk and your attacks are very slow and they're very, very monotonous. You're having to kill 8 boars and collect, and sometimes they drop it, sometimes they don't.
Sounds like Chunk S&P Season 4.
Yeah, kind of sounds like a little bit of Chunk S&P Season 4, where there's citizens and all of that. But again, when I was working on the 2 weeks of this, like, very monotonous, but I had the goal that this server's, dropping at this date. And the other side of it, when it was the Fortnite stream, I knew it was possible. I just have to put the work to make it happen. And I did all the math, and a lot of work sometimes. When you have no plan, the best plan is probably a plan. And I always plan a lot of these streams. I make sure that I'm prepped so I know what I'm doing. And I knew exactly what I wanted to do when the Fortnite and the Red Dead Redemption came through. So I am prepared. If anyone has questions, I could be like, no, we're only doing this in Battle Royale. We're not doing this in creative. You have to set those restrictions and you set your parameters. And the same thing's going to be when we play Cyberpunk, when we play Red Dead 2. Those things will be the same. And how you carry yourself off camera dictates your preparation. And there's a Russ song that says, oh goodness, it's a lyric. And I'm so bad at pulling up lyrics.
While you're
and
doing
I'm so
that,
bad at singing songs. I'm going to pull up
ideas for potential other games to 100%. Personally, I don't know if this is one that you 100% or if it's just a linear game, but the Red Dead series has one game before Red Dead Redemption Red Dead Revolver. I don't know if you knew that, but yeah. So it's from 2000. It's like 2004. It's the same style game, but it's an older game.
Right.
So it's not that it doesn't follow the same group or anything like that. So it's Red Dead Revolver, then the 2 Redemptions. So there's that. If you, of course, you already started with Red Dead Redemption. So then another one is the Arkham games. I don't know. You probably played those when you were younger.
You're talking about Batman?
Yeah, Batman. The Arkham.
Okay.
And then what was there was one more. The Jedi, the Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order.
That's yes. I want to do those 3 games or 2 games.
Yeah, it's 2.
Yeah, I really, really, really want to do those games because I played Fallen Order.
Yeah.
And I completed like the first chapter and then stopped because I was like, man, I should do this on a video, and then never did it on a video. I have the quote, by the way.
Okay, yeah, hear it.
I have the quote. So Russ, an artist, in a lyric that he has, it's called "The public praises you for what you do in private." Or no, excuse me, the public. I'm literally reading. I can't even read it. the public this is the quote. The public praises what you practice in private. And so when you're practicing, like for myself, like practicing freestyle, so when I get the chance to go freestyle or memorize my lyrics, it shows, right? When I am studying film, when I'm doing track and I'm studying these techniques and I'm putting them to practice in this little room that I have, it shows when we actually get to the moment to actually do it and perform. And I tell these athletes, if you are how you practice is how you show up. And that is, yeah, again, when motivation takes over, discipline takes its place. I
Yeah.
read the quote, right? Yeah, the public practice. Yeah, I did. Okay.
Okay.
Second guessing myself
Yeah.
over here. Like the words are right in front of me.
Yeah. Speaking of music, you talked about freestyling. If
Yes.
somehow they don't know, you make music, and thank you for that amazing
Yes.
transition. I don't know if that was
Yes,
planned or
yes.
not, but
It was slightly planned, yes.
Okay, so you actually it was after, I think it was after the start of the beginning of the season, but you semi recently released a new song, Early Bird.
Yes.
Was it?
Yes.
It was.
It was before the season. I
Really?
dropped it on my
Okay, yeah.
11th year YouTube anniversary on August 12th of 2025.
Yeah, so he makes music. He made it over a month ago. It'd probably be about a month ago now.
Yes, a month and a half.
Let's talk about your music, because
yes,
obviously you've released you've released a kind of
I've released an album called Fact or Fiction.
That's what it was. Yeah,
it's 8 songs. It has one single called Gemini. Then I've released a few songs. So I've released Nationers, Hit or Miss, No Comment, Early Bird, and A Leap of Faith, which would be 5 songs from an album that I hope to release this year at some point.
Yeah, and if you've watched his streams at the beginning, you'll have heard at least some of his songs, because he plays them at the beginning of his stream. And sometimes we get sneak peeks if you're in a stream. So
yes.
So whenever he's releasing new music, you know. So I guess was Fact or Fiction the first thing you put out music wise?
On a streaming platform, yes. It was the first ever like song that I would have released. I've released a few diss tracks when I was in high school, my senior year.
Yes.
My first ever song was Whack Jack, and that was a diss to one of my friends that I did cross country with. And it was more of a fun, playful one, but we were just going back and forth. And so Whack Jack was one of that. And then I released Buy One, Get One Free, which is an actual more of a diss track. And then I released Buried Alive. And then that diss track was the end of that whole thing, that whole beef. And then I released Area 51 when everyone was supposed to raid Area 51.
I watched
and that beat is so
school.
awful. It's so awful. The song is so bad. If you ever take a listen to it, and then
I might have to edit this video and make that the outro. I might have to.
My gosh.
Normally I just
I don't
go
even
straight
remember how
from
it
the
goes.
First I just go file then upload, but I might add it to the end.
Yeah, I remember seeing, oh gosh, that's so bad. And then I released, I remember the beat of that song. I could not tell you any of the lyrics, to be honest. Then there is a song in October that I released called Knock Knock. And that was a song about like Halloween and knocking on your door, like somebody knocks on your door, you know. But it was like it wasn't like a trick or treater. It was Jason Voorhees knocking on my door. Yes, there it is. Yeah. I like this intro. This beat or
it's not fully together. Anyways, we're not
I'm not gonna lie. I remember thinking that these were like the best things at the time, and I remember my girlfriend at the time, when I released Knock Knock, she was like, "This is so epic." I'm like,
wait, is that the one that samples the one line from Walter White in Breaking Bad? Like,
no, that's Danger.
That's Danger. Oh, because I was thinking like I'm not the one, or I'm the one who knocks. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, there was I released Knock Knock, and I remember my girlfriend at the time commented on it and was like, you know, she's giving praise to like the song. Like like she does not think this is good at all. But she was supportive, which I appreciate. Yeah, like so then that all happens, and then I released a song that December called Gemini, which was like way better than like any song I'd released at the time. And it's funny because that song, this is such an interesting story. When I was creating that song and I was listening to it, so I was listening to it on YouTube, and I didn't know that I had it in 1.25x speed, and I was writing over it. And then like when I put it into my software, I think I made it in Adobe Premiere, just audio files. And yeah, it like I was like, what the heck? Why is it slower? And then I looked and I just like sped it up by 25% and it was like on. It was dead on. I was like, oh my goodness. So the Gemini beat, the single for Fact or Fiction, is sped up by 25%. Because I didn't realize it was when I was first recording.
So funny. Yeah, that's so funny.
Or first writing the song.
So like music wise, what who are your inspirations? Like, is there anyone who like obviously not, we've talked about like inspiration things, not taking directly from people,
Certainly,
but like
certainly.
who are some people you look at and it's like, oh hey, I like their style, I like their flow, I like.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Growing up, one of like the first rappers that I like ever really listened to. I mean, mind you, like I definitely make more rap songs than not, but I like don't consider myself a rapper. I'm a white kid, like I or a Asian kid.
Eminem
That's true.
exists.
And that was what I was gonna mention was one of the first on my dad's iPod. No, I mean he's a white boy, but man, no,
the next Young Gravy.
Yes, the next Young Gravy. It was this song off the Marshall Mathers LP called Criminal. And I don't know why that was a song that I chose, but it was like the first like ever really like big rapper song that I listened to. And growing up, I would be taking baths and I had my dad's iPod and I would be listening to Criminal by Eminem while in the bath as I'm like an 8-year-old. And I would just be listening. And even then, Eminem's definitely been a big influence. Me and my dad, when we would travel for soccer games over to the west side of the state, I'd be like, the Marshall Mathers LP2 had just came out, or we'd be listening to that. And I'd be like, can you turn on song number 7 again? I really like that song. Or we listened to Recovery. We listened to Relapse, and we just listened to a bunch of his albums. And so he's had a big influence, at least in terms of like the inception of getting into rap. Style wise, especially early days, like I'm always trying to wonder how he flows. And I'm a very technical and analytical guy. So I'm always trying to decipher things and I'm trying to break down things. So I'm glad that there's always videos to kind of break down flows or break down rhyme schemes. I'm like, oh, I really like that rhyme. Russ, as I mentioned, someone that kind of has that more natural style. I don't really have a whole lot of hooks or choruses in my songs, but that was kind of a style. I'm like, oh, I really like the way that he raps. And JID's definitely been an artist. Like I listened to a bit of J. Cole growing up, but it was more of just like the big songs. Kendrick Lamar definitely now has been a big influence, at least in terms of the pen and actually how they write and what they write about. Not that like the subject matter is the same by any means, but when people there's a reason people break down his music or just other songs in general. But there was one, so this is so funny. There's a few things when I was growing up in, my teens, my very adolescent years, I was listening to like Adam Hicks from Lemonade Mouth. He had a song called like Burning It Up, and I would like rap over that song and I'd be like, we burning up. And I would be listening to that. I do the Determinate rap that he has in Lemonade Mouth. And then also Tyler James Williams, I believe that's his name. He's in Abbott Elementary. He's one of the teachers.
Oh,
but
yeah,
he was in a movie. He was in a movie called Let It Shine. There was like a song, and it's like when Coco Jones like realizes that like he's actually the guy, and he's just rapping, bussing at this little like speakeasy. And like
I know exactly what you're talking about, but it sounds so funny.
From the Keys, from the West Indies, riding jet skis, like oh man, I would rap that, and I'd pull up the lyrics. George Watsky, if you look at like Pale Kid
Watsky,
raps fast.
Yes, I was gonna mention
yes,
Watsky.
yes.
Watsky. I love
Should we
Watsky.
do that right now? I'm gonna look at the lyrics.
Yeah,
okay?
one guy I will recommend, because like he does like those breakdown videos, and he makes his own. He raps himself. Is this guy named Knox Hill? Oh, you know Knoxville. Okay, yeah. So I originally.
I've watched Knoxville for a handful of years.
Yeah,
sure.
no, I love his music. I love his rap stuff. He also brings a lot of like personal stuff into his stuff. But
his own experience too. I like him a lot.
Especially with how he grew up and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Being that white boy in an area that's not prominently white. But yeah, no,
sure.
So
yeah. No, he's nice. I like Knox. I like his thumbnails too.
I originally good thumbnails. I originally watched his videos. Weird. Okay, this is gonna be so funny. Watching him react to epic rap battles of history.
Oh right, I listened to a lot of those too.
Yeah, I think it's kind of what got him like a lot of reoccurring viewers. Like, he already
got
did
an
all
audience.
that stuff, and he probably had a big audience already. Like that
certainly.
You just hit that. Like you just hit one good video, and then it does that. Yeah, but no. So I watched him from that. Then I obviously watched his other stuff after that. And but I'm watching all those videos and like, wait a second. I don't listen to his music, and he always talks about, I released this new music, this new album, this new EP, whatever. And I'm just like, let me listen to his music, and I'm like, man, this guy is great. This guy's good.
Yeah, I haven't listened to any of his music, but I've watched a ton of his videos, so I'll have to listen to it. I'll have to listen to it. I like the way he talks. I don't know where he's from, but I like the way he talks.
I feel like he's talked about where he talks about where he's from, but yeah.
Yeah, he sounds like he's from like northwest or like the north side of the states. Or like from Missouri or something.
I think it's from the East Coast, honestly.
Okay, that could also make sense. Like I could see like a Connecticut accent. All right, I have the lyrics pulled up. I'm gonna do Maryland, George Watsky's.
He's from Maryland.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, that checks out. We're gonna do. Okay, I mentioned George Watsky. There's a video that he has a little scissor arm that pops out and his cat comes in, and it's just this white kid rapping fast, and it always got put on my recommendation. So we're going to try and sing it as we go, okay? I have no beats, so this is strictly from memory. Okay. Oh, hi, I'm that guy, built so fly with a silk bow tie, and I don't know why I'm built so fly, but I am no lie. Oh, my, rode by on a low-ride Huffy, something to peg, shell-toes Buffy, cuff rolled up to the class to the ass, bag with a swag like Buffy. Gonna be the one about the bullet, but I'm a sinner, but I gotta get a bit of man, but I want to be Zan, but I'm sipping on some medicine, when I can. I don't want to end up in a gutter with a malt and a ball liquor better than I ever got a call telling me that it's all figured out. I'm sticking it out, but I'm looking at the wall. Part of me is hoping to be caught up in the moment. I'm hoping to be open. It gotta be a lot of, but I got a lobotomy and I gotta get out of me. It gotta be an out of me when somebody gets offended by the thought of me. Who he's? You gotta be kidding me. Do me like Hathaway said to me. If you see me with a chickadee, giggity, no giggity. Gotta send it with a letter from above with a woman that I love because I get it when I live. When I'm if that baby's gay, I'll say you go gay baby. Work that crib, work that bib, burp that kid, script that. Screw police, gay, flip that car. I don't want a Jesus piece, but I want a Reese's piece in a Kit Kat bar. I want everyone focused on getting me to let them in. I kick it to the betterment. Innocent Americans who never want to pop. Oh wait, who never want to settle for the pop or not? Because my bedroom socks and the beat still knocks when I sort my socks. I'm 5'11" of sex, but from the tip of my hand to my gorgeous knees.
Yeah, I will. That was great. Okay, clap. Right. Clap. I will say my first like sort of like video or like song like that I've ever heard was the Alphabet Arabics by Blackalicious. Because that was for like a little bit of time at that time. That was like a trend, or not even when it was released. It was like it's one of those things that it got refound, and it was just like, oh yeah, everyone's doing the like. I watched a lot of videos when I was younger of people voice actor people on YouTube doing impressions over the song. Like they would sing the song as like if it for A, they would be what's a character they? Andrew.
Like Olaf.
Yeah, Olaf starts with O.
I see what you mean. Sorry.
Yeah. For B, it would be the Berenstein Bears. Batman. That's good.
Oh.
Yeah. So so it'd be one of those things where like when you see something, you're like, I want to repeat this, especially when you're young. So like I committed it to memory, and it's weird because like you don't think about that for so long, but then you could still do it. Like
right.
So it's like artificial amateurs, aren't they all amazing? Analytically, I saw animate things. Broken barriers bounded by the bomb buildings are broken basically bombarded.
Yeah.
Casually create catastrophes, casualties. Can't bring cats got the canopies collapsing.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
Yeah, anyways. I can do it all the way up to like M, because in it says a slur, so I stopped there.
Right.
But yeah, no. So it's like I also sort of like, not even because my family listened to it. My family, we would listen to like a lot of country or like a lot of pop type of stuff. And so I kind of just listened to my own music. So I got into like hip hop stuff. I got into rock, and like a lot of it, now it's like a lot of indie stuff, to be honest. Like a lot of so like obviously growing up, I had a lot of interest in music, right? But it was a type of thing of like, I don't want to make music, but I love music, right? It's like, because like music, especially different types of music, takes a lot of like knowledge, not necessarily knowledge, but like you have a lot of like, especially with like rap or hip hop, you have like these double or triple entendres. You got this wordplay, and it's like there's different crowds for different people. Like you'll have like mumble rapping where it's like it's more about the beat, it's more about the flow. It's not as much
there's definitely skill when it comes to it. You have to have an ear for sure of like what sounds good, and I think even in some of my newer projects like Early Bird, like the messaging is very strong. Like I did add a chorus in it. It was one of the first choruses that I ever written, and it, you know, came very naturally because, you know, also you have the reps of listening to a lot of things before, and you kind of understand what they kind of should sound like. And, you know, not that there always needs to be like a certain format, but we look back in Shakespeare and a lot of those proses, and then there's a lot of, you know, A-B rhyming or A-A rhyming or whatever, you know. Yeah. And then you kind of bookend it with certain things. And, you know, we take a lot from the history. And I think for me, music's always been a part of my life since 4th grade. And I was in orchestra. I played the viola, and I played the viola up until my senior year. And, you know, we've gone to competitions and we performed, and, you know, we've done well, you know, so there's always been a sense of like pride when it comes to music. And I love that kind of brought me into playing the piano. And then my senior year, we don't have a piano anymore.
Oh, darn.
But, yeah.
You want to send him a piano?
Yeah, I didn't want to send me a piano. My parents got rid of it because they're like, you don't play it anymore. And I'm like, okay, that's fair. But then there's a sense of it where, you know, I was starting to write my own sheet music, and obviously like the whole rapping thing, you know, I had a few friends that got into it and ended up being Whack Jack, the diss track. And, you know, then it became into like a bigger beef and whatnot too. But there's always a sense of it that was there. And, you know, I think my first big performance, I performed My Shot at our Spring String Fling, which is like our big orchestra like festival at the end of May. Yes, My Shot from Hamilton. So like I got to be
rendition of that too.
Yeah, let me look up. God. Oh my gosh, you're asking.
Welcome to a few more hours of me just requesting songs from Jared.
Let me look it up here.
Yeah,
let me look it up here. Okay,
continue.
I ended up performing that my junior year. My Shot Hamilton Orchestra.
Yeah, I will say I am definitely like I was an unofficial music theater kid. Like I loved music theater and like musicals and plays, but I was never in theater because I didn't have time for it.
Yeah, I got thrown into a few plays of singing. I was like,
oh man, it's like. But yeah,
I was a very soft theater kid. Like I'm not saying I'm a theater kid, but I did 3 plays. 2 of them were singing. One was a murder mystery. So.
Oh, that's so cool. I'm imagining. I'm imagining like the one scene from Diary of the Wimpy Kid, like the turn around then I get away.
Okay, the quality on this is awful, but we're gonna see. Does it say the lyrics in here? Yeah, it does. Okay, we're gonna get it here. This is My Shot. Doom 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 doom. I am not throwing away my shot. I am not throwing away my shot. Hey, yo, I'm just like my country. I'm young, scrappy, and hungry, and I'm not throwing away my shot. I got a scholarship to King's College. I probably shouldn't, but damn, I am amazed and astonished. The problem is I don't know the next lyric.
A lot of brains, but no polish.
Every word of college, I'm a diamond in the rough, a shining piece of coal, and I reach my goal. My power of speech is unimpeachable. Only my team, but my mind is older. The city's like the streets get colder. I shoulder every burden, every disadvantage. I have learned to manage. I don't got a gun advantage. I walk the streets famished. All right, that's all that we're getting.
Yeah, I was about to say you don't have to do the whole thing.
Yeah, it's a 3-minute song, and
bro, I could probably do most of Hamilton. I could probably do most of it. No,
yeah, it was fun. That was a fun time. That was like my first like big performance.
Wait, you said that was your senior year, right?
Yeah, no, junior year.
Oh,
So that was my
junior
junior
year.
year.
Was
And
that when Hamilton was really big, or is that
yeah, it was
after?
huge. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
very huge. Like this was back in 2018. And,
Yeah, that's about the time.
yeah, and we had a theme for our spring fling, which was musicals, and we wanted to do Hamilton because obviously how big it was, and
Yeah.
orchestra being a big part of it. But then we needed somebody to rap, and I was like, I'll do it. And so I had to go through vocal lessons, and I had to go to, so we had 3 periods of orchestra. We had second period, which was encore orchestra, which is like kind of like the better group. And then we had, I think, third period and fifth period. And those were, or maybe it was fourth and fifth, maybe third and fifth. But then that was the orchestra classes that we had. And so I'd have to go in and perform the song with them like 3 times a day for like a week.
Oh.
And because they needed to also hear what it sounded like when I was singing. And yeah, I remember when I performed it, I got ahead by like a whole line of dialogue, but then I got to like a part where I was supposed to hear like a downtrending, like in notes, an ascension downward.
Yeah.
And I'm hearing this too early for where my lyrics are at. So then I stopped with the sentence and I just went, and I just stood there for like 4 counts and then got back in it. And I remember like I was cool in the moment, but my heart was definitely panicking. And I was kind of glad we did those performances because in the moment, like the one thing that they said, they could not hear me at all because of just the outward projection, because we're on the basketball court there in the bleachers, so they couldn't hear it. So they were like, they didn't even notice because they were just performing and everything. But I remembered I heard the downward trending of the notes and I was like, I'm hearing this. I'm not hearing it when I should be hearing it at this lyric. So then it like immediately told me I was off. And I just stood there for like 4 counts and just let it be what it was. And I was like, thank the word.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a really fun time. And yeah, that was like another performance. And then my senior year, I did a talent show. I joined the talent show.
Oh.
This was like a month before graduation. I've been working on this piano piece, and I don't think anyone knew I could play the fucking piano. Sorry,
No.
pardon my French. I don't think anyone knew that I played the piano. And I essentially, like, I did this entire medley. It was like a bunch of popular songs at the time, like Old Town Road, like God is a Woman by Ariana Grande. It was Half Alive. It was Still Alive by, Still Feel by Half Alive. One of my favorite song of all time. And I found it on like a recommended, like going to bed one time, like earlier that year. And in essence, like I performed this giant medley of songs from like the Imperial March to, you know, like when movies start and it goes dun da da da,
Yeah.
you know, kind of like stuff like that. And I just like I did a whole thing and then I ended it off. You know, I did.
I've seen stuff like that on like YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, I ended it off with a rendition of Bohemian Rhapsody, and I went, "Mama, just kill the man."
Wait, you actually were singing during that?
No. I wasn't saying like you, but it was that part of the song.
Okay,
and then
okay,
I did like I did the window shutdown at that point. And then so I go, "Mama, I just killed a man." And then I go, "Doo doo doo doo," because he would have died. And that was the end of it. And it was like a 5-minute piece. And I scrapped together songs.
Yeah, I will say, just because you know me, I like a little joke every now and then. I would have ended it with a Rickroll. I would have.
That would have been funny. Yeah, there was a lot of like theme songs of some sorts. And what I tried doing was I tried gluing songs together based on the note that they ended on.
Oh yeah.
So I just tried gluing it to where it kind of transitioned really smoothly. So like whatever note you heard then just became a different like rhythm and different speed and tempo. So like I had Harry Potter's theme. I had like the Imperial March in there. I had AWOL Nations. Dun 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 dun. It was Tsunami. I think it was Tsunami. I forget the name of it, but that was pretty fun. I like learned that the day of my audition.
Sandstorm?
I was like, I hope this works, and it worked out really well. I didn't win though. I was upset about that. I didn't make top 3.
Oh, but you did or didn't?
No, I didn't.
Oh, that's sad.
I was so upset.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, thought I did good.
on the sort of topic about like theater and stuff, I mentioned kind of being a theater kid because
Yeah.
earlier, I guess we're kind of circling back before we get to the final little main chunk of it.
Yeah.
Pun intended, actually, this time.
Yeah.
Um, on the chunk, obviously, we've talked a little bit about how we've had lore going on.
Yeah.
And we did that last season too, and it started out with lore layout. I've
Yeah,
always been
there were some bits and pops of it for sure.
bits and bobs, even
Nooks and crannies of it.
yeah, nooks and crannies.
Crannies.
Yeah. Anyways,
I don't. Yeah, I don't. I
getting
have to
we're
go
not
back.
getting into that. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. That's.
it was
Yeah.
the Fortnite stream. But yeah, so
Oh, it was. You're right.
yeah, because I kept getting it in my head. I kept getting it. So in the middle of the game, we would just be fighting and be like, nooks and cranny.
Yeah, that'd be smart because I don't remember how it went. So that knowing that it's a Fortnite stream, I'll watch it back.
Yeah, yeah. And so basically, like a lot of what I want to do, and like you can probably tell by like you could tell like when it was the court case stream and how I was like, okay, here I have this entire like a plan for this entire thing. Like here's the start to end. Here's how it'll go. And like
Yeah.
Obviously me and Eric are together working on what we've been doing.
Yeah.
And so like I am I want to call myself creative. I like to think I'm a very creative creator, and that's what I like doing. I like creating stories. I like writing. I like making stories and sort of doing that stuff. And then obviously I like the acting side of it too. And so I want to make personally more like story-driven content. Like obviously you can do story-driven content in so many ways, but I mean like more like like an actual like self-contained story almost. I want to do like film related stuff. But that's future when I have the means to do that. But
and maybe it's like I've always found myself like dreaming big, right? And sometimes I need to create more stepping stones, and maybe it is just like building a base, and that base has like a whole story behind it. Obviously like Cherry Heights Labs in this case, it has lore behind it. Obviously the time spent to put all the books, the specimens, all the testing, make it look like it is, and maybe it is just like this big base, and it turns in, there's a story behind it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no, like I want to do that more story driven, do the more acting stuff. Like I want to whether it be like in real life stuff or like with film stuff, or whether it be I join a lore SMP, whatever. I want to create. I want to tell stories and create, like it just be creative. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
Throughout everything I do, I want to be like I can't stifle my creativity. I want to think big and just be like, what's wild and what's out there. Like I don't want it to be. I like not making things that other people make, and like that's why like this is one of those things. It's like, okay, podcast. Normally you're outside in a set, like you're in a room like yours, like what, or it will be like you'll see the logo or like a thumbnail or something.
Yeah.
But mine's,
you'll see the room.
Yeah. Mine's like here. Like I can stand up. I can walk around. I can go over here. Hey, look at this sign. I can go. Hi, Jared. Like, yeah, and just like and things change. Like for example, like the thing like having the guest add something every time. It's like I don't things get stale to me really quickly when I'm not passionate about it. And so I constantly need to just keep being creative and keep creating different new things.
Yeah, I think it would be super cool if obviously as the season progresses, people's, bases kind of get a little bit bigger, right? I think it would be fun because to go out and go to somebody's base and check it out and almost like interview them in that way too.
MTV
new
Cribs,
players.
MTV Cribs.
Yeah. And you take an idea that's already existing and flip it into a way that is in Minecraft, right? Go into somebody's base because obviously everyone's going to have a base at some point, and you can interview them in that place. And maybe you take this setup in somewhat and you make it mobile so that, you go explore their base and then you come back and sit down or whatever it may be, right?
Yeah, I will say my original idea was like just to have it just be a base that just appears randomly, or like an area that just appears randomly in different places. Like
pop-up shop, pop-up podcast.
I do have another idea I'm gonna do with the pop-up thing. I'm not gonna say what it is, but
yes.
I will just be appearing randomly.
Yeah.
I think.
But that's awesome though.
Yeah. I think we should get to our last main topic And that is stuff that you do outside of content, because you've talked a little bit about this. You've talked about track, you've talked about basketball, you've talked about this. I think you mentioned the Spartan races. I don't know for sure, but that's one
Yeah.
thing I do want to talk about.
Yeah, we kind of mentioned with a little bit of content, whatnot too, throughout the Creator Now stuff. But yeah, I love being active. I love working out. These are just some things that I really enjoy doing outside of stream. I think health is wealth. And, my end goal is I would love to like host on these big events. And, I hope that obviously at some point I get to the space
Meme
that I could
Olympics
do that.
IRL.
And
Meme Olympics
yeah,
IRL.
Meme Olympics IRL. There's some ideas that I have for sure. And one of the big things that I want to, and just some things that I enjoy without saying anything big.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I love basketball. I love walking. I love running. Can't really run right now, but I love walking.
Yeah.
Love going on walks, and it just kind of frees my mind. It kind of gets the endorphins going, so I could kind of think. And I'm like, I get very into like this zone when I'm running or working out. And I love doing that. Love playing basketball. Been getting back into golf, which has been really fun. Me and my dad bond over golf a lot, so I love golfing. And I've been trying to get better at it, so it's not just like something I spend a bunch of money on. I suck at. Uh, but I like to be good at most things that I do. So like I used to be really sucky at shooting a basketball, so I got really good. Like I would just practice in our driveway, and I would just shoot hoops like all the time. And then the other side of it, yeah, I love listening to music. I've been definitely diving more into albums, and on the Clips channel, I've been listening to some albums, and that's been really fun. And there's a brand new album, the Doja Cat album's coming out very soon, so I'm super excited about that. Or just like listening to new artists, listening to musical
Did you
breakdowns,
listen to the new, like the Don't Tap the Glass by Tyler the Creator?
Oh yeah, I love that album. It
Yeah.
was oh
Yeah,
yeah, I listened to it, and yeah, I could not stop listening to that album when it first came out.
I waited a few weeks to do it. I'm gonna talk a little about this, because like this has to do with the topic. I also love walking. Like I do
Yeah.
mostly walking, not as much running, but mostly just going on walks.
Sure.
And so I got a chance to go to Yellowstone.
Oh, okay.
Like right before the season began,
Oh,
basically.
that's yeah.
Like it was like I was like 2 weeks. I went out. I was like with other people, and we just traveled some states. And so one of the places we got to go was Yellowstone, and it was like it was great. Getting all of this, like getting to see all of this like new area and these different perspectives, or like the different like locations, because it's easy, like for me personally, I don't get out of the house a lot. I don't know if you could see that by my stream schedule or by the amount of content I make, but I don't get out a lot. And so whenever I do, I'm really grateful. It's not because I don't want to, it's just because, in the words of AOT's Gabs, the Neutron Mars grind don't stop. And so like I'm a creator who like will get into this rhythm and won't get out of it until I'm pushed out. And so that little time was great. I got to see a bunch of new things, and it definitely put things into perspective for me. And it gave me a new hobby that I love, and that is doing my own music review. Because during that time, I was like, Tomb, listen, I know you want me to listen to Don't Tap the Glass, but
Yeah.
I'm going to every day you're gonna sit a review of one song, because it was what, 10 songs, I think it was 10 songs. And so I was like, okay,
Yes.
every day of the week I will listen to one of the songs and give a review. And then
Yeah.
at the end of the week I'll be like, okay, this is the list. I never ended up finishing it, not gonna lie. I never
Yeah,
I would
funny.
listen to the songs, but I wouldn't write it down. So it's like, it's so fun to kind of just like, because I'm not a person who listens to albums. I'll listen to like songs. And so like they'll be like, and like first, I use Spotify mostly. So like if you
Yeah,
looked
me
at like
too.
my Spotify liked, which is that, like I don't have like different playlists. I will like just click
Yeah.
play
yeah.
liked. I'll just listen.
Yeah, I
play.
got like songs and a workout playlist. That's it.
I have a few like playlists, but it's like I don't use them often. Like let me just go to it real quick because I already have it up. Like
Yeah.
I have like a few for the streams, right? One of them for just like
Sure.
normal streams, and I have one like a couple for like lore stuff.
Yeah.
Then I have one for walking, and then
Yeah.
and then
Got the
because-
walking playlist.
yeah, literally. So I like to make like different titles for the different
Right.
the different like things. So my walking one's literally "Let's Take a Walk." And then I have a separate one for running, because I'm extra like that. And what let me look for where that one is, because Where is it? Because I want to know what the name is. Oh, it's just that one's just called Work. Oh no, it's just called Run. Period. And this, let's take a walk. Run. Then there's like a workout playlist I have. I have "Die with a Smile" by Bruno Mars and Lady Gaga on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a bunch of that I've got like let me find it. Oh, there was a really funny one. Like I actually have way too many different streaming ones because I keep making more of them. I need to like
Yeah.
change it. I've got oh I've got Riding the Sound Waves, which is like I just
like a synthwave type
well,
one, like
not
an
really. It's
like
got
electro.
like what kind? I guess it's kind of the vibe you get when you think of synthwave. So like I've got like the Let's Groove song, you know, like Let's Groove.
Yeah.
So it's like it's sort of like okay. So it started out as me wanting to make a playlist. So okay, I don't know if you've seen this. It's so there's the thing. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. A lot of other like neurodivergent people, as a neurodivergent, will make these playlists about like specifically about one person, like a character. It'll be like,
Right.
okay, these are songs the character would listen to or gives the vibe of the character.
Okay.
And so I was like, oh, that'd be really fun. So I was like, okay, what character? Soundwave from Transformers. So I'm just like,
Yeah.
okay, he turns into a cassette player. He has cassettes. He's got the whole like the whole retro vibe. So like I've got like Talking in Your Sleep by the Romantics, Intergalactic by Beastie Boys. I've got some Gorillaz. I've got the Pixies. I got Radiohead, the Beatles. It's just a bunch of Nirvana, Blur, the Ramones, the Clash, Rolling Stones, the Animal. Just like all of these like older songs that just in this vibe. And I don't even listen to these a lot. Like I normally click the liked songs.
I love listening to new music. It's really nice. I mean, music is an art form, and I think it's fun to see what people have to talk about. I love instrumentals, especially being an orchestra kid. Like I love learning more about them, whether they're sampling, whether they're not. Sometimes just the vibe, you know, sometimes it's just the vibe of the song that kind of gets me more than not. And it's cool that you do like the song review, even if it's not like a full album worth, but it's like it definitely shows the intentionality that like music is still something in your life. And I think that's super cool. One of the things that I guess also do is I love puzzles. I love doing puzzles. Like I'm such a grandma. Like I'm such a grandma. I love
like
eating candy. I like candy a lot. No, I mean most of some are.
Can you solve
but most of them.
Can you solve a Rubik's Cube? Okay.
Yeah, I can. Yeah. I have one right here.
You actually?
Right. Yeah, I have one right next to me because it's like a nice fidget toy, and yeah, I like solving these things, and I like puzzles. I like I like solving them. It makes my brain think.
Too.
Yeah, it makes my brain think a lot. It gives me a sense of direction because I'm like, oh, okay, I see these bunches of pieces. I'm like, do I solve them now? Do I solve them later? And there's a lot to think about. I don't necessarily do puzzles. I do them mostly for fun, but they're definitely very competitive where I'm like, I want to like
puzzle speed run stream win.
Yes, maybe. That'd be kind of fun. But yeah, I'm always looking for new ideas too. And puzzle stream, I have that as a video idea.
Oh, you actually? So, okay, that's funny.
Yeah, I've had that one for like a good few months. Me and DMAC have.
Oh yeah. DMAC's another one who I haven't who's been here a while, but I haven't talked to them that much.
Yes.
It's so weird. It's so weird just seeing these people you've seen so much, but you just don't talk to.
Yeah. Or like I've known for years, and it like they come in and it's probably like, who are you? You know. Like from another person's perspective, but I know who they are.
I guess I haven't seen Mark as much in streams, probably because life.
Yeah,
but like
life and work.
Yeah, like for the years
like
I've been
a full job.
Oh yeah, for the years I've been just seeing like White Flame is his username.
Yeah.
So I've just been seeing that, and I'm just like, oh yeah, there's Mark, but then just don't say anything to him because it's just like I don't know.
That's funny. But no, those are just some things I really like. I love hot chocolate.
Same.
Something that I really like.
Are you a pumpkin spice fan since it's that season?
Yeah. I like a lot of pumpkin flavors. Like I just like spice.
Pumpkin
Anything
pie?
with like cinnamon, I really like. Don't like pumpkin pie.
Pecan pie. Pecan. What about?
Don't like pecan. I just like apple. I like apple pie, and that's probably about it. There's maybe a few other pies that I would like, but those are like the one. No.
Yeah, I don't like that one either, to be honest. I will say with music, like again, I listen to like there'll be like a lot of musicians or like bands or artists or whatever that I'll just listen to like one of their songs. Like I'll just listen to a handful of their songs. I'm not just like listening to all of their music or but it's just not who I am. And so I have a funny story. I was in a mall, right? Because that mall has a place, has like a place
Solve the
where you
Rubik's
eat.
Cube. Sorry.
Okay, as a
I
place where
scrambled and
you.
solved it. What's your time?
So they have this place, this kind of like sit-in food place, right? And so we went. I was like, "Hey guys, let's go here. It's Meatloaf Day because I like meatloaf." um, and so I go to shop, right? Like I'm looking at like Books a Million because I like books. I grabbed 2 books. I grabbed Les Miserables and Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. But that's besides the point. So I want to say I'm wearing a Pink Floyd shirt, right? Because I like some of their music, right? I don't listen to all of it. But so this guy stopped me, and in online I am such a personable person, right? Like you'll see that from someone like I'll have all these like people like who love talking to me, but in real life I'm not as good with people. I am not as personable. I'm kind of shyer in real life. And so this guy, this random guy, this beard, I think he was bald too. So this bearded guy, older guy, obviously fairly older than me, comes by, just hand on my shoulder. What's your favorite song by them? I was like, huh? Huh?
Yeah.
And like, then I just realized, oh, I'm wearing a Pink Floyd shirt. Then I just say my favorite song, or one of my favorite songs, which was like the wall, something about the wall. Like teacher, leave those kids alone one. And so, because it's like, again, I don't like some people will like sort of gatekeep music, or like they'll be like,
Sure.
they'll be like, oh, you like this song, but that's you just like it because it's popular type of thing. And it's just like,
sure,
like that song is popular, I guess, but also I like it because it's my vibe. It's I groove that way. And it's like that's one main problem, and that's a lot of music really. And it's with a lot of other things too, but you see it a lot in music where like people will like be like, again, gatekeeping like a certain creators or certain genres. And it's like hip hop is a great example of that. Like you see people like you talked about Eminem was like, even though it's a big joke right now, Eminem was sort of kind of like, oh hey, he's a white guy in hip hop. That's kind of weird, bro.
Yeah.
And it's just like, oh, you like Kendrick Lamar. Really? Are you sure you don't just like It's Not Like Us, which like is a good song. It's valid for that to be your only song. But it's like
I have learned over the years, like, it's not worth the energy trying to explain yourself a lot of the times. Like that's something that I've definitely learned. Like I'm just gonna, like, if I like Kendrick Lamar, I don't have to tell you why I like him. You know, if I like Eminem, I don't have to tell you everything. Like, oh well, like I started listening to him when I was 8, and like,
oh yeah, that's another thing. Like being like an OG, being like, oh no, I was here before he blew up.
Yeah, and it can be kind of, you know, tough because everyone's always looking to one up each other. But I have saved so much time and so much energy just, and I hope if there's something that anyone takes from this podcast, like save your energy, save the things that are important to you, and never feel like you have to explain yourself. I mean, unless you're like pulled over by the law or something, but never feel like you have to explain yourself to someone because of what you believe in, unless they ask, you know. And certainly music's just like a soft debate. It's just, it's what it like.
Yeah.
It's just for fun. It's like it can be a little rough at times because I think a lot of the nature that music is
thanks,
that
thanks, dog.
it is that the dog agrees.
Yeah, he's a good point, Jared. Good point.
Yeah, it is that at
it's
times.
Somebody's pulling in. Sorry.
Yeah, you talk about movies and you talk about just any art form or actors, and you know, I've been watching Timothy Chalamet since he was in Interstellar, and
since he was doing plays.
Yeah, like he was doing plays. Like it that's cool. That's great. Like if I cared that much to ask, I would. You don't have to tell me all the time. You know, like, or like, you know, and obviously you get along better with other people than some. But yeah, that's certainly the case for sure.
Yeah, like I obviously I agree with you. I didn't explain myself. He was just like, oh, well, you should listen to more of their stuff then. And I'm just thinking to myself, okay, Cool, dude. I like
Thanks.
this
Yeah,
song.
like
Yeah, I like this song because I like this song, not because because of the lyrics and
it's the only song I know.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's to your point. Thank you, dog. Thank you. It's to your point. Like I don't have to explain myself. Like I didn't because it's not worth the energy. You're right.
Yeah.
And it's all, and it can kind of be like that with just like a lot of things. Again, you said movies, and then like streamers are a big one because it feels like with some streamers, like you'll be like one day you'll be like 5 views doing nothing, and the next day the streamer could have like millions of followers and hundreds of thousands of views, and it's like music is. I feel like music and streaming are two fields where like you can blow up really overnight.
Yeah, certainly. Music for sure. That's a little bit more digestible, like a little bit more accessible a lot of the times. Streaming certainly, it's a little bit more blocked out, a little bit more like step graph type of thing. Um, whether that's raids or whatnot. Like that's what happened to me. Like I had a huge raid by Captain Puffy, then that kind of was a big catalyst to bigger and better things from there. So yeah, certainly I have like 6,000 followers, but I don't have necessarily that many people watching me because I got like 1,000 to like 1,500 followers that night, which was crazy. But yeah, that in terms of those for sure, I definitely agree that your life could change kind of overnight. Well, especially clip wise too, and especially the world we live in for sure. Welcome back, Eriku. I'm assuming the dog is going crazy right now. All right. Welcome back to episode 83 of the Realist Podcast.
I was just
I'm here with Neutron Mars.
I was handed delivery. But
yes. I figured.
Yeah. It's the Neutron. It's the official Neutron dinner
Mars
bag.
interview.
Yeah. No, dude, honestly, if you wanted me on a podcast, I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't say no, Jared. If you wanted me on the Realist Podcast ever, I wouldn't say no. Anyways, no, but no, I was still listening. But yeah.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, it's just. I agree. It's like streaming is just like you'll get and I want to specifically talk about like the whole thing with getting 1,000 followers from Captain Puffy. It's like and I feel like you mentioned it earlier. Like you'll get these followers, but then they just don't come back. It's like they'll follow you. Or I think it might have even been off the podcast, sometime ran before, but like
it would have been that Spidey, that 12-hour stream.
No, I think it might have been the Eriku for some reason, because like you were talking about like people will follow you, then they'll just realize, oh hey, I'm following you, I don't actually watch your content. Or it might not have been you I've had this conversation with. It might have been someone else.
No, it definitely, I think that would have been when Spidey and whatnot.
Oh, okay. For some reason I thought it was some other time, but yeah, you were just like. Yeah, people will just find your content and they'll...
The thought process is that I care about more... I don't care how many followers I have. I care about the quality of followers I have. Are you going to follow and never return? Then why follow? You know what I mean? There's no merit to the quality of that follower other than just like looking good because I have an extra follower. Right. And this happens a lot because, people have 19 to... the most subscribed to Twitch person is nearly at 20 million. They don't have nearly 20 million people watching them, right? And obviously it would never be that case, and even people with like 100 followers don't have, even more than like 5 people watching them at times. It's usually around that 3 or less mark a lot of the times.
I know. I have
about just hit affiliate.
Followers.
And it's just the quality of follower matters, right? Are you going to return? Are you going to, you don't necessarily have to be a part of the community. Like, I subscribe to your channel and I watch the CHUNKCASTs, right?
Yeah.
And, like I know by watching them, they support you. And, I comment when I can and comment things on there.
And then you bully me in my comments about Boar Stricken?
Yeah. I'm glad that you told me before this podcast. You could cancel a quest. You could stop a quest.
I just don't do quests. It's just not what I'm here for.
You can do /quest cancel, and it'll cancel the quest that you're actively on.
Okay.
Only for a few podcasts.
Yeah. It's only taken me 4 podcasts to finish this quest, but it's fine.
Only.
One thing I do have to ask, because this is about content, but also it's about like the outside of the content. You started recently streaming football games, or like watching football games.
Yes.
And so where did you when did you decide to do that? Why did you decide to do that?
So the inception of that is because my dad, we didn't have Sunday Ticket since it moved to YouTube, but we had it when it was on direct, so we could watch all the games. And so we'd watch the Raiders games, but then since we, don't have it and didn't have it, my dad would look up like a watch party, like a play by play, and I would always see him watching Raider Report by Chat Sports, and they have every team has a watch party through this company, and the host and I was like, I'd see all the overlays and whatnot. I'd be like, oh, this is pretty cool, like kind of like what they're doing, but I was like, could I be doing it better? Could I like I asked myself, could I do this better than what they're doing it? I may not have the most people watching. I'm not going to have 6,000 people watching, but if I'm providing a service that feels better than the next guy, very capitalistic of me, I could do it. And I've always wanted to get into sports commentary and I've always wanted to be a commentator, especially just because people are like, "Oh, you have a really nice like radio voice," or like you just have like a really nice voice. And
You have
when
a
I
radio
was
voice. I've got a face for radio. Hey, yo,
yeah, I got a
guys.
face for radio. And so that ended up being like a thing for me. I was like, oh man, I really like doing that. And football's a sport that I've always wanted to watch. I always want to watch a Raiders game. So we bought Sunday Ticket. So I've been door dashing to get my dad Sunday Ticket. And we got him it for his birthday, kind of for my mom as well, so she could watch the Cowboys games for her father, my grandfather, when they're on. But then, yeah, so it's just more of a passion project. It's not really any connected in connected, or it's not connected in any way to like my main channel or any of
Yeah,
the
you
stream
can
stuff.
find it
Like
on
a lot of
Jared Plus, by the way, guys.
yeah, Jared Hathaway Plus,
Oh,
which
did
you
you
might
change
be
it
able
to
to look
Jared
up.
Hathaway Plus? I thought it was Jared Plus
Yes,
for some reason.
yes, Jared Hathaway Plus. You can find it there. Um, the at youtube.com/, Jared Hathaway Plus, not the sign, but literally the word. And or you can look up like Jared Hathaway, like Raiders Rebuild. I'm sure you might be able to find it. It's starting to gain a little bit of traction because yeah, when you start a YouTube channel, it doesn't necessarily gain any traction right away. YouTube loves when your channel actually has some watch hours, which it now does. And
Yeah.
so the videos do kind of get pushed a little bit more and more, which is really nice. So I'm really happy about that. It's been a nice passion project, and a lot of you guys have tuned in. A lot of the Nationers have tuned in. I don't exactly know who's watching this right now,
Yeah.
but a lot of the Nationers have tuned in to some of the watch parties, whether they actually care about what's going on or they just want to support, which I really appreciate. And it's been really fun. Like it gives me like the reps to kind of commentate a game. And if one day I'm asked to go commentate a game, I can go commentate a game. And I feel pretty confident to do so. I love doing my research. I love learning about these players. I love hearing all the interviews. So I come knowledgeable because I feel like I'm coming in with the most knowledge to said um, game, or I know some insider knowledge that, someone might not know. Like, hey, we've been running this type of set. The head coach said this, or this position change that we've been doing, injuries. So, any actual Raiders fan comes in, they feel like they're getting their time's worth. They're getting a value product there from the play by plays and just from an experience standpoint, too. And it's been really fun. And yeah, it is just simply a passion project for me at this point.
Yeah, that is lovely to hear. Yeah, because I was curious because we have talked a little bit of football, obviously.
Yeah.
Not much, but because I'm not the biggest sports guy. Actually,
Yeah.
we do breaking news. Dun, 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 dun. We've had for about 3 hours a question from Tomb that I've been waiting till we get to this segment. To
really?
ask. Yeah, so I specifically asked Tomb because obviously we some of our conversation have been about Tomb because she doesn't she doesn't really show up as much. So
yeah, the connection, yeah.
Yeah, she wanted to know about the Spartan races. So a few things, like your favorite parts of the Spartan races, how you train, like why you do it, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, mentally I train like I'm the best athlete ever.
Because you are.
Like
you are.
I know that I'm physically not, but I train like I want to become like a world champion, and I train like I want to go, be the best. And obviously I'm not spending time like 7 days a week, with rest and workouts, but I want to be the best in my age group, or I want to win the race that I'm racing, and whatever that brings me, great. But yeah, that's how I necessarily train. What I do for training, though, which is probably more on lines of the actual answer of the question. But yeah, I do a lot of running. I went from a distance guy in throughout middle school, my early parts of my life. just running. Like I would just run. Like we have a big race here in Spokane called Bloomsday. Like I've run that like sub hour, 7.5 miles, like sub hour, and that was like super cool. And I did that when I was super young. I've done a half marathon when I was 12, and running's always been a part of my life. But then when I transitioned going back into sprinting in my high school when I was doing triple jump and long jump, I had to become a sprinter again. I had to become a sprinter. And so going back after college and, doing all of that there, I had to turn back in the distance. And so I run miles and I run a lot of tempo workouts, and I try to avoid the treadmill as much as possible, but it does get very cold here in the winters. And so sometimes you got to do what you got to do. And yeah, I really love it. I'm always doing strength training and I'm always doing high reps. So 12 to 16 reps per movement, depending on the heaviness of weight. Sometimes even lower down into the 8 range, depending on if I'm working more on strength or I'm working more on like strength endurance. And yeah, even that, like I'm studying like what are the best athletes doing? How can I mold my training regimen to something similar? So is it just adding like another set because, these guys are running intensively? Am I running with weight so that I'm becoming stronger and I'm becoming more used to it? There's a lot of breaking points on a Spartan race. You see a hill and you really slow down, your body just tightens up and it fatigues, and it's just like, whoa, okay. And you're just like, oh, I might as well just walk it. There's a lot of breaking points on the Spartan race. So if you ever do plan on doing one, expect
By the
that,
way,
regardless if
speaking
you
of that,
walk.
for those who don't know what a Spartan race is, you should probably explain. I just realized.
Yes. So a Spartan race, in essence, is kind of like a cross country race, like you would see in high school or even wherever you'd see one. But like a typical cross country race, but there's obstacles along the way. So some of them include heavy carries of like a bucket with a bunch of rocks, a sandbag carry, so a big bag with sand in it. Some are more traversing objects like monkey bars or like the multi-rig, which is like rings most of the time. Sometimes they have a bar, sometimes they have a rope. Kind of depends on what you get at each event. But then there's other ones that um, are only specific to a stadium. Or there's some climbing ones as well where you're like going up a rope or you're going up a giant cargo net. And one of the big things that also can happen is you have some ones at like stadiums. So you run in the stadiums and you go, there's like jerry can carries, there's spear throws, of course, at a lot of these because Spartans. And so it's a cross country race with a bunch of different obstacles. There's 20 for the base sprint, and it only increases with each, distance that you go. And yeah, it's super fun. I really enjoy it. Like even if you just walk it, you'll have a ton of fun. You'll definitely find something about yourself for sure. I've had success in it. I've had work in it, so we do coverages, which I won't touch on too much here. But in general, it's really fun, and like training wise is really fun. There was another part of your question that maybe I'm missing. Maybe
Like
not so much training part.
why you did it, like why you
Yes,
started.
yes, yeah. So again, why I started it was I wanted to do the color run, but then I wanted to do something harder. And I got into it and I did really well. And I was like, I'm addicted. It was a way for me to stay active, um, have a goal towards training for something. And so I'm excited after this foot injury to kind of get back into them because they are really fun. And most importantly, yeah, they're a ton of fun. There's a big community around it, and yeah, they're worth it. They're a little expensive. They're more of like a one-time off. Like maybe you could do like one a year if you have the money. But
Uh,
yeah, you could usually find one. There's a schedule up for the 2026 season already. So you could find one that's near you, whether that's LA, whether that's the Northwest side, the Midwest, East Coast, wherever, South, you'll find a race near you, even if it's like a 4-hour drive.
Spartan
It's
races near
definitely
you.
worth it. Spartan races near you.
Okay, so it has been almost 4 hours. That's way more than I thought it was going to be. So I have one
It's gonna be
last
the
little
longest
thing.
podcast.
Longest
Yeah.
episode. So the last thing, because we mentioned in the first 2 episodes, so I brought it back for the third episode. Now I'm bringing it for you. The reoccurring
Yes.
theme: Marvel movies. So what do you think? Do you like Marvel
Yes.
movies?
I wrote this down. I was going to ask you because it's been a reoccurring theme. I've been waiting for you to ask it.
Okay. Go ahead. What's your question?
Oh, wait. So wait. So Marvel question. Do I ask you a Marvel question?
No. You said you wrote something down to ask me.
Oh, yeah. No. I wrote on my little paper here. I wrote the quote that I wanted to write on the wall, which we'll get to in a bit.
Okay, yeah.
In a second. But then the other one was ask about Marvel because I was about to ask you. I was like, hey, every episode you've asked about Marvel, and so my question was, I needed to remind myself to ask you about the Marvel question.
Yeah. So what? Obviously you've seen Marvel movies, but like when did you? What was the
Yes.
first Marvel movie you saw? That's the
Probably
first
the
question.
original Iron Man, the first one
Good
of the
movie.
MCU.
Good movie.
Yeah, I remember him getting attacked in Afghanistan and him making the giant like iron clean armor that looks
He made
like an
he
iron
made a
golem.
suit in a cave.
And that was probably the first one that I watched. I ended up watching like Thor. I never got into Captain America at the time. I've gone back and watched like Civil War. I haven't watched like the first Avenger at all. The one that I truly remember is the
It was a
first
good movie.
Avengers. Yeah, I haven't gone back and really watched a lot of them. I mean, I've watched 1,000 breakdowns of Marvel stuff, but
Yeah.
watched the first Avengers in New York, and that was like crazy. Watched Age of Ultron. I love that
I didn't
movie.
watch Age of Ultron.
Yeah, I love that one. In Sokovia, I love that one.
Sokovia Accords.
Yeah, and then so I've dabbled in. I kind of lost touch there. You know, me and my friends, we'd go to the movies because my friend's a big Iron Man fan, and we went to go watch Thor Ragnarok. We watched Black Panther, and then even at this time, we watched like I remember when Infinity War came out, and like we had a few friends in orchestra that were like big Marvel nerds. Are like, you gotta watch it, dude. You gotta watch it. And I was like, okay, like I guess we're gonna go watch it. And so we ended up watching it, and that was really good. And then the next year we ended up watching Endgame, and that was like, ah. And then ever since then, I've been just like a huge nerd. I haven't been like deep diving, but I watch like video breakdowns of it, or I watch like Cinema Sins or like Cinema Wins, and I'll watch like just videos of it. Deadpool is one of my favorite characters.
Oh,
So even before all of that, my deepest my Marvel ball knowledge, okay, my elite Marvel knowledge is there's this game called Marvel's Avengers, and it came out on the Xbox 360, and Doctor Doom, which is kind of crazy knowing everything that's going on right now.
Yeah.
But Doctor Doom is like one of the main villains in that game. And this comes off the precipice of, I think, the 05 Fantastic Four. Fantastic Four was probably the original one that I watched, but it wasn't technically a part of Marvel yet.
Yeah, it wasn't the MCU.
Yeah, so then...
It was Fox. It was owned by Fox.
Yes. The other side of it was Doctor Doom was like the main villain, and I remember like we'd be on the spaceship and we go through, and I play as Spider-Man, I play as all these characters. You basically have 4 heroes that come together, and you go through all these missions, and Deadpool was like one of them. And like I remember my dad, he built this table in 7th grade. He's 55 now, so he's had this thing for like 40 years, and it was a table that he made in wood shop, and I drew like a little Deadpool on it. And it's a little smudged now just because it's been worn and torn, but Deadpool's one of my favorite Marvel characters because of that game. And yeah, that game was so much. I used to play that game all the time in like first and second grade.
You said it was Marvel Avengers, right?
Yeah, not the one that came out like.
Because I was kind of thinking when you were talking about it, I kind of thought you were thinking of Ultimate Alliance for some reason.
It might be Ultimate Alliance. It's like a super old one that came out in like the mid 2000s, and it was only at Xbox 360. I've always tried to look up this game, but I've never. I looked at it like a year ago to try and find the game itself, but I could not remember the name of it, and I don't think we have the CD again.
Because do you remember what the Because like
it's like Eagle Eye. It's all Eagle Eye, if that makes sense.
Well, do you remember the like the cover of it? Because I see.
Yeah, there's Spider-Man. It's kind of a wraparound horseshoe, and there's a bunch of characters.
Yeah, it's Ultimate Alliance. Yeah. It's got Elektra, Wolverine, Ghost Rider, Iron Man.
Yes,
Captain
Ghost Rider's in the game.
Yeah.
So it has a lot of the
Ultimate
Fox.
Alliance.
Yeah, Marvel characters. I say Marvel Avenger. That's the game that came out like 6 years ago.
Yeah, which apparently was terribly received because of the online stuff.
Yeah. I like. Yeah, but that was my Marvel. Yeah, that was like my first edition into Marvel, and I loved playing that game. I would restart it all the time just to get the Doctor Doom like quest like right at the beginning.
Yeah. So who's your favorite
I cannot tell you. Deadpool for sure, in the game and in real life for sure.
I talked about this with someone else because I am such like, again, I have like a lot of knowledge about just a bunch of random stuff, and so like I have all this like superhero knowledge, and so it's like someone asks me, oh, what's your favorite Marvel character? Then I have to think, it's like, okay, I could do this the easy way or the hard way. I could just pick one of my favorite ones and just say like, okay, yeah, sure, that one, I guess. Or it could be like,
MODOK.
this yeah, I am MODOK. Anyways, it could be like it could be
The
like,
Watcher.
yeah, my my favorite character is Howard the Duck. No,
Oh right, yeah.
no, but
What movie? I know he's
he
in
has his own
Endgame, but
movie. He has his own movie.
okay.
He was in
Is
Guardians
he
of
in
the
Guardians of the
Galaxy.
Galaxy? Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
that's what I thought. Yeah, he has like his own scene in movie 3, right? Volume 3.
I'm
Or is
not.
it
Yeah, he
volume
was.
2?
He was in like the playing poker scene with like Cosmo
Yeah,
the dog.
yeah.
And,
They're at like a bar. Yeah.
yeah, so like I
But
could be like, because I've got
it's
okay, I want
funny.
to say elite ball knowledge. No, like I've got like I'm
Yeah.
nerd when it comes like it's even like the comic book stuff. It's not just the movies. So it's like I could be
Sure.
like, okay, let me let me just like but like if you're talking about like so like the characters from the movies, it's this like it's like I could think of like about
which most people
dozen.
think about the movies
Yeah,
too.
I could think about like a dozen plus characters in the comics that are like, oh, I love this one. So it's like it's so hard, and I guess that like with music and all that stuff too, other people will be like, oh, it's hard to pick my favorite this or that.
yeah. There's a lot of nuance to it too, but yeah, Deadpool. I mean, if I'm doing like Thor, Hawkeye, and
Hawkeye's great.
what is it? Hulk are like by far in terms of like ability, not like Thor's every one of my favorite like Avengers for sure.
Hawkeye for ability,
Oh yeah. Yeah, I love a bow and arrow. Like it is one of my favorite weapons to use.
I don't know if you agree with this sentiment. I think I've said this earlier in a different episode of the podcast. Hawkeye over Green Arrow any day.
I would say so too. Yes.
Thank you.
I would say so too.
I think to make it things easier for my favorite Marvel character, because of Marvel Rivals in the series Moon Knight.
Sure, yeah, and there's a lot of new characters that we're learning about.
Yeah, well, no, I've known Moon Knight for a while, but it's like just because it's like as a character he's great. I've read comics for him. I don't think I have a lot of comics about him, but like with him I have more. But yeah, no. So like with the show that came out on Disney Plus with him and Marvel Rivals, I've just like kind of like he's kind of a weird character just in general, like weird person. I mean, not like a character that is weird. But so like I've enjoyed Moon Knight's shenanigans from that stuff.
Yeah, his split personality type thing.
In the comics, he's insane. Honestly, he's honestly insane.
Yeah, which is always funny because like obviously the comics are the comics, whereas like the cinematic universe is slightly different.
So much can happen in the
kind
comics.
of nerfed. Yeah, certainly nerfed a lot of characters.
You should
for sure.
just look up. You can literally just look up random like weird Moon Knight like just panels because like there's so many like. Just like insane panels. It's like, no, don't kill Dracula. He owes me $20, which is like almost, which is actually something that's true. Dracula owes him money, and it's mentioned in Marvel Rivals, like in like the character bio, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny.
No, like I love playing him in Marvel Rivals. That's who I main.
Okay.
Actually, who do you main since we're talking about this stuff?
Yeah, my the one that my tank is Penny. My DPS is Scarlet Witch and Invis Woman for heals.
I will say
strategist that is.
I can't play. Well, okay, until like the new lady Angela or whatever her name is before she was added. I could not play tank. I was not good at any tanks. Like I as someone who played Overwatch, I would play tank so much. I'd play Reinhardt is who I'd play.
Yeah,
Or even
games growing up, I'd always play DPS. I could never play tank.
I feel like DPS is just the safe option.
Yeah, like when I played World of Warcraft, that's definitely the biggest game that I played growing up, like a bunch. Always DPS, always rogue, like all the time.
Yeah, I guess I'd say Angela for my tank. Then for DPS, Moon Knight is my main. But then if I have to switch to another one, it'll probably be like Magic. Is probably, and then maybe if I even have to go even further down the list, then Black Panther is the third.
Right.
And then
what about your strategist?
Oh, strategist, Rocket Raccoon.
Okay.
Okay, no, there's three options. Rocket Raccoon, Cloak and Dagger, then
Cloak. Yeah, Cloak's a solid one.
Yeah,
for sure.
and then Jeff, I guess. But the thing is, I choose Cloak and Dagger or Rocket Raccoon depending on what's needed for my team.
Right.
I love,
yeah. Depending on the maps too.
Yeah, exactly. I love Cloak and Dagger as a character. Like in the comics and stuff like that, and they've even been shown in shows like the Spider-Man cartoons.
Tyrone and Tanya.
Yeah. No, I love their whole story thing. They're literally like it's kind of like the soulmates in the most literal sense, being like literal opposites. One of them wielding light, the other wielding dark. But I love the character. And then if I want to do a lot of damage, like if the rest of my team isn't really doing much damage, I'll go Rocket Raccoon so that I can do healing too, but mostly just shred completely.
Yeah.
Then Jeff, just if I wanna like if everyone else is doing good and I don't need to worry that much, I'll just be like, oh yeah, let me just go Jeff and just mess with
Yeah,
him.
get some damage done.
Yeah. Okay, so we have gone through a lot of the main talking points, and we are 4 hours in. So I think it's time to slowly wrap this up. First of all, I would like you to get up, come and follow me to the
Yes.
sign.
Yes.
Last episode, Eric, you made this. Here is a sign, right
Okay.
right to the oh I picked it
Yep.
up.
Oh,
Right to the
no, you're
right of
good.
him, your name, the date, and then leave whatever you want. You
Okay.
said you had something in mind, so
Yeah.
I am definitely curious. And while he's doing that, oh, I just realized. Okay, oh, never mind. I can still get up here. A lot of the time after and before the podcast, the guest and I will parkour on these trees. So the trees behind the thing. So yeah. While you're doing that, and then so obviously, as you guys know, as the tradition goes, he is going to tell me one thing he wants me to add to the set, and he is going to tell me one person he wants to see on the podcast. Okay, you good?
Yes.
Let me.
Yes.
So let me read this first. Wait, before this, I want to look at this.
Yes.
Okay, so soften your butter. Okay, soften your butter. Jared Hathaway. Add the
soften
date. Add
your
the date
butter.
At the bottom.
Oh yes.
Soften your butter. Okay, that's a pretty good one. Soften your butter.
September 24th.
I think you can use that in so many situations if you really want to. Soften your butter.
You could.
Yeah,
Don't forget to soften your butter.
Yeah, before you grab your keys, soften your butter. Okay.
Yep.
So
You gotta soften your butter.
Yeah. Before we go, let's reconvene back at our seats. And who?
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna
who?
sit here.
So what do you? Who do you want to? Okay, yeah. I'll just stand up here with you. Yeah. Who do you want to be the next guest on the podcast?
There's a few people.
Yeah, okay,
and there's a few
ahead.
people in mind.
Yeah,
because obviously you've had Isabel, you've had Gabs, you've had Eriku. Am I missing anyone?
No, you're the fourth. And Isabel will come back, I will say.
Okay, yes. And what were you gonna say?
No, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, Isabel's gonna come back.
There's a few people that I would love to hear from, but there was someone that has been on the Chunk SMP that I think is a perfect guest for you and a perfect guest for in addition to this podcast. The things that we've talked about, the things and especially the people we've talked about, I think you should interview Where's Husky.
Yep, that's where I thought that was going.
That's who there was a few other people that I originally thought, but then I saw that he was on. I was like, no, that's the guy.
I would love to hear your other ideas. Other people.
I'll leave it at that. I think Where's Husky is the next person that you should interview for episode 5
I will
of the
say,
CHUNKCAST.
Train Dude is coming soon too. I will sneak.
Okay.
Because we talked about it. So
that's
now
good. That's good to know.
What is something you want to be added to the set?
So what I would love is this is something I plan on doing at my base. Oh. You're tiny.
Okay, hey.
Sorry.
Okay, guys, here. That's stand next to it. Yeah, I don't know if you could tell, but I'm a little shorter than him.
That's funny.
I'm gonna put that as a screenshot. Make that the background of the thumbnail.
If you want, I'll make the thumbnail for you. If you want me to make my thumbnail, I can make the thumbnail for you. If you want me to.
I will say I did have a photo like with you just sitting right here. I had I zoomed in on your face to where your name tag wasn't showing, and I was just gonna have like arrows pointing your face.
Yeah.
Like, Jared Hathaway, yeah. But if you want to make the make
thumbnail, let me know. Like you can still make a thumbnail of it, but I think I have an idea to kind of elevate the
go ahead.
Podcast.
Throw your hat in the ring. I'd love to see it. I'm always open to suggestions. Yeah.
So the one idea that I have in terms of any improvements or just additions to this base or to the set,
and it doesn't have to be good. It could just be like something stupid or random. Yeah,
I would love like a nice photo. Like with the image frame map plugin that we have.
Oh.
Like it doesn't have to be like the background photo for like the person.
Kind of like your set, how you got photos.
Yeah, or just something. It doesn't have to be of the person or behind the person, but maybe it is just, like in an area, and it's just like a 2x2 or a 2x3. And,
on this, on the back of it, I could put like wherever their sign is on the back of it, I could have a photo of them.
Yeah, or just anything that you think is good. It doesn't have to be a specific photo, but I think maybe it's like photos of like mobs, that you see in the world, and you're just looking,
Yeah.
and you just take a screenshot of them, and then you frame them, and maybe it's just around the place. You can add one or two. You could add a bunch
Just
if
in
you
random
want, but
places, yeah.
yeah, that's
That is a good
my
idea. I
addition
do love that.
to the podcast set.
Before we wrap up, I want to say one day I was randomly like it was the day it was the
Mhm.
end of the stream for the Mars bot bit, right? But
Yes,
I was looking at
yes.
your clips to see what clips were made of it, which was only one. It was when you killed me allegedly.
Yes, yes,
And
allegedly,
so,
the
so
AI
I,
video.
so yeah, so then I was looking through like your other clips, right? Because I was like, oh,
Yeah.
hey, I was wanting to see if I made other clips, like if I made clips. And I found one from 9 years ago. You playing on a server, you looking so young, because like obviously it was 9 years
Let
ago.
me see if I can find it.
Yeah, like it was so.
Because it's probably one of
wild.
my oldest clips.
Yeah,
huh?
it has to be. I think it was. Like it felt so wild seeing you from 9 years ago. Like that is so. You've changed
Is it?
and grown
Where
so
did you
much.
find it? Is it in my?
I went
where'd
to
you-
the clips section, and then I just filtered by all time, and I just scrolled all the way down.
Whole videos? Wait, am I just stupid? I have featured clips. Oh yeah, I see. All time clips.
Yeah, then you just have to scroll
Toten
down.
Hodem Sodom. Toten Hodem Sodom. Let's see. Man, there's a lot of clips on this channel too.
Yeah.
Yep, I see a brand new
took me
sub
a
button.
minute.
Oh yeah, we're in the depths.
Yeah.
Marlon Meeks. Marlon Meeks here.
What? Oh,
you might have missed the Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, I was.
Oh, there's Marlon Meeks again.
One clip I want to talk about is like one thing. I guess it's not a clip, but like Ericu, I talked about the one stream Jackbox stream that we did.
Yep.
I don't. Did you watch last episode?
I had it on, but I wasn't
Yeah.
like I was in and out.
So
That makes
I
sense.
don't know if you'll remember this, but you were playing Jackbox. This was in your YouTube era.
Okay.
This was in your YouTube
Yep.
era where you were streaming on
Yep.
YouTube. So it was the game where like somebody gives an idea of an invention, and somebody
job.
Yeah, job. So I got your idea, and it was like I can't quite reach.
Is
the
it what
top
I
shelf.
think?
Yeah, I can't quite. So I showed him that
Stool.
clip. You dumb. Yeah, I was showing him that clip because I don't remember how it got brought up, but I was like, oh yeah, this is so funny because Jared was dying laughing. And
Dude, it was so funny. Just the delivery on it was so funny.
No,
I do remember that.
Yeah, because like you were just like, oh, this is my idea. I wonder what someone did with it. I wanted to see their creativity. You said specifically that you wanted to see their creativity.
Yeah.
And so then I said a stool.
I was dying.
Those aren't the words I used. I think partially what some of the funny parts of it was the words I used.
Yeah.
So I was basically like, what are you, an idiot? Use a stool. What do you mean?
Yeah.
And so you read it, and you were just like, you were dying laughing. You could barely finish the thing. and it helped because it was like a terrible drawing. It was not a good stool drawing. It was like literally just little lines, and it wasn't even connected. It was so bad. And then,
I'm seeing myself, by the way, I'm seeing myself from 7 years ago. I'm still scrolling.
Yes. Okay, let me see how far ago this is.
Yeah, Slippery Slopes. I was playing. I was playing
ago.
Sleep.
Yeah.
Playing Steep.
So
it's a fun game.
So
playing,
it was like then like you were trying to then you reset it. It was like, oh, you gotta reach the top shelf. What do you need? And then you're like pointing. You're like doing your entire hand towards the screen, like a stool.
A stool. Then you, I do remember that.
You were like wheezing. Then you hear the laughing, and then you just fall back.
That was a good moment.
No. Oh wait, it's not even the last one. Oh, never mind. I thought I got to it, but that wasn't it.
Oldest first. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh.
You
2016, July 29, 2016. Joru Gaming.
Yeah, no.
What the heck? Oh my gosh.
You look so young in the clip. It was like Minecraft something. I can't remember what the clip was.
Yeah, this one's Minecraft. I have a light stand. I was needing $16.
Once I scroll down to it, I'm still at how many years ago?
As a sophomore, I was
I'm
sophomore
4 years ago right now.
Junior year of high school. I was young.
I think
2016.
Yeah. The best part of the clip though was like you standing up, going over to Sal, just dying laughing in the background.
Yeah, it was good. Oh, yeah, Mark's in here too. I see Mark.
I found one that's from how far ago? Oh, I see a clip that says Jared becomes an e-girl. I would like to know
Oh,
I'd like to
gee.
I'd like to know where
Okay,
that
I
one.
don't know any context to that.
Yeah, but I can't even
I don't
click
think I
it.
could provide anything.
Oh, never mind. Now I can click it.
Thank the word.
One second. No,
Anna
it
Gunny,
won't let me
yeah.
click it. It won't let me click it. I have to scroll
Oh,
for it.
that's okay. Yeah, that's
I need
okay.
no. I need to know what it is.
That's okay. We don't need to know any context as to me becoming a new girl.
No, I can't click it.
No.
That's so sad. That's so sad.
That's okay. Alrighty. Is there any other questions you have?
No. Okay, guys. So thank you, Jared, for coming on the podcast.
Yeah, the CHUNKCAST, longest
the
podcast
CHUNKCAST.
ever.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
On the channel. Yeah, let's
so
go. 4
thank you
hours
guys
and
for
how many minutes?
13. We're about to be 14. Once I'm done with this outro.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you guys.
We'll see if anyone breaks that record.
Yeah. No, because like you were the person who was like, okay, I have so much stuff I can say. There's so much I can look up and research. Oh wait,
Yeah.
Okay, one thing before I do leave,
Okay,
I wanted to mention
yeah.
when we were talking about our podcast is you were interviewed on someone else's podcast, who I also think was a part of the Creator Now program. I had that pulled up a second ago. Now
I've been on Roommate TV's podcast. I've been on Juvie podcast. I've been
podcast?
on
Yeah, but it was an interview.
like a business podcast. I don't remember the name.
Yeah,
they DM'd me. I forgot the name of it.
It was a interview, and I'm looking. Oh, it's on Callan Yeager's podcast.
Oh yes,
Like 3
yes,
years
he
ago?
he was in Creator Now. Yes.
It was like a year
Callan
after.
Yeager.
Yeah, 3 years ago. So
Yes.
I didn't really have a reason. I just wanted to bring that up.
Bring
back
it
when
up.
we were talking
Yeah.
about it. But yeah, no.
I forgot that I was on Callan's podcast.
Yeah.
I just saw him
Let me see if it's
pop up on my
podcast.
Instagram the other day.
He stopped his podcast the same year.
Yes.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
I might have to look up, see if he still creates content. You know.
No.
Oh,
no.
he doesn't. Oh, that's sad.
I'll save you the time. No,
Okay.
he does not.
That's it. Okay. No, so anyways, thank you guys for watching this really long version of the CHUNKCAST.
Yes. Thank you for tuning in. If you made it this far,
Yeah,
could you comment? Yeah. If you've made it 4 hours and 15 minutes into the podcast.
Oh yeah, actually, it just hit 15 minutes. It just hit.
Could you comment the word
Butter.
oatmeal
Oh,
in the
oatmeal,
in the
okay.
comment section? Just oatmeal.
You put butter in your oatmeal.
Yeah, but no. I put brown sugar in my oatmeal.
I love brown sugar with oatmeal. Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, if you made it this far, comment oatmeal in the comments, and then we'll know that you're a real one.
Yeah, real.
We know that you made it through 4 hours and 15 minutes of this podcast.
Or you just scroll past.
Yeah.
Anyways, thank you guys for watching the CHUNKCAST, the only and first podcast on the Chunk, from the Chunk, by the Chunk. Comment who you guys would like to see next, and again, comment oatmeal, I guess. Thank you,
and you can find me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're very welcome, Mars. Thank you so much for inviting me on. I know I've been watching the past few episodes, but if you want to follow me anywhere, I'm Jared Hathaway, the letter I, the letter M, Jared Hathaway. You might see it above my head here. That's how you spell my name.
Yeah.
JaredHathaway. And yeah, feel free to. Yes, I'm at the beginning. Yes, of course. Feel free to tune into any of my streams, any of the players that have been on here. If you want to listen to any of my podcasts, The Realist Podcast, all one word. And with that, I thank you again so much for having me. It's been a blast for the past 4 hours.
Yeah, and so there's only one way we can end this. How
Say
Jared
it with
ends
me.
it. Yeah, peace.
Peace, baby.
Yeah, nationers, peace.